Oh, what's up, Tim? Thank God. I was wondering. I was just like, I haven't streamed since literally this time last year. At least we got another mod in here. Oh man, it's all so foreign too. They've changed like the UI for how to stream on YouTube. But thanks for hanging out. Like we got, I don't know. I was like, should I just be on Twitter? But then like, if I stay on Twitter, there's gonna be spoilers. I don't want spoilers. I mean, there's probably gonna be spoilers, but yeah, man, just hanging out. Figure we gotta hang out, have an adult stream. So I'm sure at some point, got some salads need to be consumed. We got the snacks are in place. We got some Kit Kats. We got some chocolate pretzels. We're rocking and rolling, baby. What's up, John? What's up, Timmy? What's up, everybody? I just want Philly to do something crazy. Be honest with you. But, yeah, by all means, every fan, if you want to, pretty much any team we'll talk about. We're gonna grade it. I'm gonna be clipping pretty much my reaction to every single pick just so I can put that all and splice it together in a video. And there will be times, probably right after the Eagles pick, that like I'm going to have to, obviously create a little bit of content there, a little bit. So bear with me on that. But for the most part, we're gonna be rock and rolling for it's 8:30. Usually the draft, it's 8:30 my time, goes to 12:30. So we're gonna be here for a minute. I did see Bijan's mom rocking and rolling with. Hope we're good. And I hope everything is rocking and rolling. I don't think we're going to have any stream issues. I will say, because it's been a minute since I've streamed. If things start to go choppy, I need 3 monitors. I'm almost at that point where I need a 3rd monitor right now. Because I got one monitor is what you guys are seeing. The NFL draft tracker. And then on my other monitor, I got kind of a split screen of my NFL network feed. And my stream, and then I got the chat in the middle. So if things start getting shitty, let me know. But I look pretty good right now for the most part. I don't think we're lagging or anything like that. I hope we're not lagging because literally I'm just streaming a website and a webcam. But any salads tonight? We got a double hitter. We got 2 of these babies ready to go. Don't know when. I feel like honestly when the Eagles make a pick, that's when you gotta bust out the first one. You gotta bust out the first one of the night, but. It's going to be a minute till we pick, or unless it's not. Maybe you're gonna trade up. Yeah, maybe one of those ultra-wide monitors where I can put 8 things side by side by side. That could be potentially. I do need to get a new monitor just for the Xbox. I have a super old monitor. Not super old, but it's it's probably 6-7 years old. Then I have a monitor that's not as old, but I got the new Xbox, and then, the Xbox, all the frames, and I think it's 1440, and I don't have the right output. So I am in the market for a new monitor. Maybe we will go the ultra-wide route. But thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Obviously, we're just getting things started here, but there's going to be so many streams, so much draft content that can be consumed right now. So if you're even just stopping in here for a little bit, peeking in and out, there's so many options. And if you're choosing to hang out with me, that is absolutely awesome. And I'm sure we're going to see... you know what? This was 3 years ago. It'd be doom and gloom. I would be absolutely terrified with Howie Roseman having 2 first-round picks. I'm like, it's going to be S-tier content because I'm getting ready to biff something through a window. But the last 2 seasons, the last 2 drafts, it's been a different Howie Roseman. Trading up, being aggressive to get Devontae Smith 2 years ago, getting the guy that most of us wanted, especially after we traded with the Miami Dolphins. And we kind of needed to be like, you know what, Jamar Chase is gone. Let's get Devontae. We got him. Then last year, Jordan Davis was an incredibly popular pick. We were aggressive, traded ahead of the Baltimore Ravens to get him. So the last 2 years, Howie Roseman has shown that he wants to be aggressive and go get guys that, in my opinion, are going to contribute right away. So hopefully that's going to be the case here today. And that's 3 guys. Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson. One of those 3, those are day 1 contributors. It's going to be upsetting if we end up getting an offensive lineman. But we're not even going to manifest those thoughts. I don't even want to put those into the atmosphere. We're just going to rock and roll, man. Drop likes. Yeah, drop likes. Sure. I don't know, 5 likes. I want 5 likes on this stream. We're going to be here all day. All night. Hopefully no lag. Like, I'm getting a warning issue on my YouTube studio saying that my bitrate, stream bitrate of 4,500 kilobytes per second. What does that even mean? That's something I can change. Can I do that? Did that do something? Oh no, I just did something to the bitrate. Hopefully it's, I don't know. Literally know nothing about streaming, so hopefully that's fine. But yeah, we, feel if you guys have any questions about your team, every single team, we're gonna be, where are we going? Yeah, draft is starting in 20 minutes. Paris Johnson will be a day 1 starter at guard. That's where I don't necessarily disagree, but he played guard 2 years ago at Ohio State and looked underutilized. Didn't really look like a top 10 pick, and then he moved to tackle, which was his position all along, and looks amazing. Looks like he's going to be an absolute stud at tackle. So I kind of feel like, I don't know. He's a great player, though. Number 6 on my overall big board. Who do I want at pick 30? I hope I almost think best, unless someone's falling. If Brian Branch is there. Nolan Smith somehow is there. Those probably the 2 guys. Like I would be like, yeah, I'd be good with that. But I almost think just trading out of that. So very similar to what happened a couple years ago when the Baltimore Ravens wanted to trade up to get Lamar Jackson. Find somebody that is desperate to get a quarterback that wants that 5th-year option at the tail end of the first round. It's really going to be either Philadelphia or Kansas City that you're going to try to trade with. I don't know what quarterback that would be. I don't think any like the big 4 big name quarterbacks. It's going to be if maybe someone falls in love with Hendon Hooker, but I do think trading back from 30 because we don't have a lot of we don't not have none, but we don't have a lot. We can always have more day 2, day 3 picks. That might be kind of what we're looking for. If we get Bijan Robinson, I think for the Kelly Greens, I actually just ordered. I saw one of those Eagle fan pages tweeted out that the Stitch jerseys were back in stock. They had the midnight green Stitch jerseys. I can never get those in Canada. I'll tell you right now. One of the many cons of being a football fan and living in Canada. There's literally none of our stores have Stitch jerseys. We all get like this one here is a Mitchell and Ness one. It's Stitch. It's Brian Dawkins throwback. But like they're all like that screen print Fanatics bullshit. So I did recently just get one of those Stitch jerseys of AJ Brown. So that kind of crosses him off the list for the Kelly Green. I think I'm going to commit to Jalen Hurts for the Kelly Green, but if we get Bijan Robinson, honestly, I might get 2. I like that. But maybe not. I need a white jersey. I got the black Brian Dawkins. I went through the high school phase, like when I was in high school, of getting like your jerseys from China. Like I have so many knockoff jerseys. In terms of authentic jerseys, I got Carson Wentz. I got a Donovan McNabb from way back in the day. Doesn't fit me no more. I got that literally when I was in middle school. I got this Brian Dawkins one, and this is the only one that's stitched. Like you're going up the upper echelon tier. So like I need that Jalen Hurts stitched Kelly Green, and then I think if we get someone like a Bijan Robinson, that's going to be a white one. I think. Who do I think the Green Bay Packers are going to take? Honestly, if I'm Green Bay, I'd be very interested. I mean, the value at, what are they picking, 13? 13 now? Value is going to be up for debate, but I think for need, they need safety and they need tight ends, like needs. And you don't draft for needs, you draft best player available. There's a chance that the best player available could be one of those 3-4 tight ends that are legit first-round talents, be it Michael Mayer, be it Dalton Kincaid, be it Darnell Washington. They could go in for Brian Branch. They need a lot of safety help. They could go wide receiver. I would say that if I was doing this to try to do a fan service to Green Bay Packer fans, we'll say Jackson Smith-Njigba. I think that would be a great needle mover and a really, really nice wide receiver to pair with Watson to give Jordan Love some weapons. What's my thoughts on the Lamar Jackson deal? They did right. It's Baltimore is one of the best run organizations in the NFL. They always, this is the time of year that Baltimore really steps up and shows that they are just ridiculous. They always crush the draft for the most part. And, maybe not so much free agency. I can't really comment on how well over the last, we'll just say 5 years they've done in free agency. But the draft, they've been outstanding. And generally, especially back to the Ozzie Newsome years, I've always thought Baltimore was like a top 5 ran organization. They fumbled and bumbled along with the Lamar Jackson thing. I thought that maybe this is going to be like the one time that they got gut. They got they botched it, and he deserved that contract. He earned that contract. I'm a Lamar Jackson fan, have been a Lamar Jackson fan, and, good piece of business. And as much as I don't want to encourage another team to be good, given the state of my ego, if Philly sucked, I wouldn't really care. I'd be like, all right, I'm a football fan. I want to see exciting football. Given the fact that Philly's going to be trying to competing for another Super Bowl next year, I don't want other kind of good teams to get better, but you have to just kind of view what if they land DeAndre Hopkins. I think Odell's washed. I'm glad that saga is over. He could be solid. I just think he's, it is what it is. Maybe we'll get something. I think I'd like Odell a whole lot more if you have DeAndre Hopkins, Odell, Rashad Bateman. I like that better than versus Odell trying to be the guy, because it looks like he's kind of being paid as the guy. So what better way? Follow up Lamar Jackson with a trade at some point today to get DeAndre Hopkins from the Arizona Cardinals. Jack Campbell at pick 30. I love Jack Campbell. He was probably the biggest name when I dropped my top 50. I had him at number 15. I think he is built he's an old school linebacker with modern day athleticism. I think Philadelphia needs some linebacker help. We're not going to get a linebacker at 30, but I do think tomorrow there's a pretty good shot, depending on what Philly's picks look like. If Philly trades a bunch of picks or we're aggressive and try to trade up this top 10 at some point, which there's some rumors on Twitter that Philly's trying to be aggressive moving up. We might not have a whole lot. If Philly doesn't have any day 2 picks, I probably won't stream. Maybe I don't know yet. But if they do, guy that I'm definitely looking for in that second round would be Jack Campbell. Do you think Denver should trade up for a corner to pair with Pat Surtain? Well, how far would that to turn up? Do they have a third? Do they even have a second round pick? What's their highest round pick? A second round pick? Probably could just draft one. It's a deep corner class, but I'll say that if they could probably just sit, and if it's a second round pick that they have, and get someone there that's going to be nice to pair with him. If they're in the third round, yeah, you might need to be a little bit aggressive. Oh, look what they do in the draft. They're honoring the Virginia. Deshaun Perry, Devin Chandler, Lavelle Davis. Lavelle Davis, I thought he would have been a guy that probably would have got drafted. He was 6'7". Unreal trade. That sucks. Did you see the rumors of the Eagles trading up with your Lions? What do you think the compensation for Jalen Carter? I mean, for Philly to what's Detroit 6? You go from 10 to 6, you're probably getting a second round pick. I would assume maybe a future second round pick, but I could see a second round pick. I don't think you're getting 2 first rounders, move up 4 spots. John, hope this year Eagles gets. I mean, I'll say this right now. I mean, Sean Tucker didn't work out, right? It was kind of like that. There was almost a meme where he posted, his agent posted he worked out and these are his numbers, and it seemed kind of ridiculous for the most part. But what's this? I'm just talking over what's happening. It looks like it's an emotional moment. They're giving these players jerseys. We got the Jags, Ravens. Ah, Jesus. I wish I was this looks like something that's pretty badass, honestly. I don't know if they honorarily drafted them. Is that what happened? All right, I'm falling behind here on the chat. I'm gonna zoom right up to the top. And if I missed your question, feel free to ask it again. What do you think the best case scenario for the Seahawks would be? I get you're at 5, and it seems like Seattle wants to trade down, right? Aggressively trying to add more picks, which I don't know, man. It's not going to be something that I know we probably have a lot of Eagle fans. There's probably something not a lot of Eagle fans. Just take the blue chip guy. If Jalen Carter's still, obviously they've done their homework. I would say wild card. I would love, just in terms of entertainment, to see Seattle at 5. Just say fuck it and get Anthony Richardson. I think that would be awesome. But I mean, they have so much draft capital this year. It's like one of those things. How many picks do you need, right? If you consider Seattle outside of last year, they went through a stretch there of not having particularly good drafts. So if the strategy this season is we're going to have so many picks, we're going to at least have some hits, then maybe trading out of 5 or trading out of What's their other first round? The 20s? 20 on the dot. But I don't know, man. I feel like at 5, when you're Seattle, it's a weak NFC. You can get a game changer. I'd probably want to try to get a game changer there. Does Richardson go to Seattle? I wouldn't put money on it right now. Like, I was looking at some bets. I bet. We got Canadian odds. I don't use American odds. Like, you guys got like plus 100, plus 500. I go decimals. It was like a 2.5 that Will Anderson was the first non-quarterback drafted. I have that bet, and I have Dalton Kincaid as the first tight end selected. Those are the two bets that I have tonight. I don't think I would feel comfortable betting Seattle to draft Anthony Richardson, but I would love to see that happen because Anthony Richardson's a quarterback that can get ruined. If he lands in the wrong landing spot, if he gets thrown to the wolves, he doesn't have proper development, the proper support structure around him, high bust rate, man. You're playing with fire with that one. But if he goes to Seattle, we're like, come on. Even the most optimistic Seattle Seahawks fans appreciate what you had last year in Geno Smith. You're optimistic that Geno Smith can be, maybe maintain how he started last year, and when all is said and done, be like, a quarterback between like 10 and 15, somewhere in that range. Well, like, you're kidding yourself if you think Geno Smith is going to lead the Seattle Seahawks to a Super Bowl. But what Geno Smith can do is be a solid placeholder to give you guys competitive football while you have Anthony Richardson not rush whatsoever and just develop and whenever it's time. Probably next season. Reins off. Let him go. But I don't know. That's the old way of thinking. I think that's still probably how Anthony Richardson should be handled at the next level. But now you have this whole, you got 5 years. You have a 5-year window where if you think Anthony Richardson's going to be a stud, at the end of that 5-year window, he's going to get $300 million. So your roster is going to be so much more difficult to instruct after that time period that you really need to win during your rookie quarterback's contract. And if you just completely redshirt Anthony Richardson, even though it's going to be, in my opinion, the most beneficial to him, and it's a perfect situation with Geno Smith to redshirt him, you're losing a year of that rookie contract. So it's a tough ask for Seattle. There's teams. I think Indianapolis would be an excellent landing spot for Anthony Richardson because of Shane Steichen. Maybe actually with Shane Steichen in the building, you would be like, man, if he has a good camp, you could probably throw him to the Wolves. I think you could consider Tennessee. Seems like Tennessee might be aggressive in trying to trade up for him. I think stylistically, they kind of like the traits of an Anthony Richardson, obviously by their interest in Malik Willis last season. And Anthony Richardson's just a different animal than Malik Willis. And if they can just kind of focus on running the football, they keep Derrick Henry happy, they build up that offensive line, it's going to be a good offense. Got some more skill position players this draft. Treylon Burks takes a bigger step in year 2. Commanders could be in on it. I don't know. It's one of those things where, I think the appeal of hitting a home run on Anthony Richardson is enough for me to ignore the red flags. Like even with my Gator bias, I almost have negative Gator bias because Anthony Richardson last year failed to live up to the hype. Like, we thought he was going to carry the bad Gators team to a respectable season. And after week 1 last year, we upset Utah. We're like, okay, doesn't have a whole lot of help anywhere. We have a good guard in Osiris Torrance, but everything else, shout out to Travis Etienne's baby brother, Trevor Etienne. I think he's going to be probably in 2 years' time a guy that we're talking about as a potential first-round pick. But there was enough for me to be like, all right, maybe Anthony Richardson needs an extra year. Maybe needs that redshirt season in the NFL, because what we saw last year at Florida was hit and miss, to say the least. But I think the upside is worth taking the swing. But in the exact same regard, if teams want to be cautious, he could fall. He could be one of those names that just, I don't know, man. I don't think he falls out. I don't think there's zero chance he falls out of the first round. But we might need to start considering some of these teams way down here could be, considering New Orleans. Derek Carr is a rental, potentially, right? You could look at the Minnesota Vikings somehow. If he's falling way down there, maybe they would be very, very interesting. I mean, I think if you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, the dream scenario, even if you're not a big fan of getting a quarterback, would be staying at 20 and being able to find a way to get Anthony Richardson at 20. So, check Twitter. What? Eagles just got pick 66. Eagles and Cardinals settle a tampering investigation today involving the hire of Jonathan Gannon. Eagles trade number 94 in this draft and a 5th round for pick 66. What? So what is that like? So what is that, a third? We gave up our 4th. We gave up a 4th for a 3rd. Someone could break that down. Like, I'm just doing the math in my head. 94 is 3rd, right? Can I just use this site? I mean, that's a win. We're gonna pick super early in the 3rd round now. So yeah, we got pick 3 in the 3rd round for pick ass end of the 4th. And it's for Jonathan Gannon, for a guy that we want. Like, at the end of the way, they got the guy that we wanted out the building, and we get a 3rd round pick out of it. So it's almost like, what's the isn't it comp picks? Where like if a minority coach gets hired away, you get a comp pick now. So that's kind of what we got for Jonathan Gannon. All right. It's more. 10-30, 62, and 66. Sounds like could be willing to trade right there. Maybe gives us a little bit more ammunition to trade. Do you think the Packers will go for a wide receiver and get Jackson Smith-Njigba? I would. I think nothing is off the table. Now that the Aaron Rodgers trade has been completed, you're at a level right now. Like, I don't know. I don't want to act like we're operating before that Aaron Rodgers was somehow going to stay with the Green Bay Packers. But like now that he's gone, now that you get likely 2 first-round picks next year, you're in that window of retooling. You're in that window of like you think you got something with Jordan Love. But honestly, how competitive are you going to be next season? Expectations need to be tempered. You're probably hoping, even if you're the most optimistic Green Bay Packer fan and Jordan Love looks solid to good, like you're going to be competing probably for the wild card spot. And if that is your line of thinking and you're viewing this year and next year, especially with all the basically 3 first-round picks that you're going to have to hit to build around Jordan Love, you can do a lot worse than Jackson Smith-Njigba. I think he's the only legitimate first-round wide receiver in this year's draft class. Maybe that's something to be said that you're putting a slot wide receiver, a guy that I'd be very surprised if he plays on the outside in the NFL. You're putting him as the wide receiver 1, but it's a lot of times when I need to refer to things to make a point, I'm going to refer back to the Philadelphia Eagles. And Jalen Hurts took the step last season. He took a gigantic step. And I think a very, very underrated, and it shouldn't be underrated, and most people don't underrate it, but I do think there's a segment of Eagles Twitter that underrates it, is the addition of A.J. Brown for Jalen Hurts taking that next step. You need, no matter how talented your quarterback is, if you don't have weapons, if he does not have playmakers, you're instantly capping their ceiling and how good they can be, and you're going to stunt their development, and you're going to limit the offense that they're a part of. And I think when you look at the Green Bay Packers offense right now, I mean, they can run the football, right? But the fact that, like, Aaron Jones has honestly been, like, their most reliable receiver, like, the last 2 seasons, you got to do something about that. And I feel like you can build off of that. You can still utilize Aaron Jones as a very, very legitimate, receiving weapon type guy. But you need more than that. You need more than just Watson, who's, what is he, a deep threat, height, weight, speed, deep threat type player. Someone like Jackson Smith-Njigba is I think if you're gambling and you're committing with Jordan Love, don't set him up for a failure. And is there going to be irony to that? Because how many years of Aaron Rodgers era have they been screaming, let's make a big investment at wide receiver, and they haven't done it? So the first year that they don't have Aaron Rodgers on the team, they draft a wide receiver in the first round. Like, that would be pretty ironic and maybe brutal. That'd be something that like would almost be like a middle finger to Aaron Rodgers. And I think maybe that's something the front office wants to do because it didn't seem like they separated on the best of terms. But I would say ultimately for me, I think Green Bay's in a good spot to get a game changer, regardless if they want to go wide receiver, if they want to go tight end, if they want to get Brian Branch. Lots of opportunities there. Shameless Bear, thank you. Watching Bengal on the other page. Can't keep up with the super class. We need to show some. Hey, man, I appreciate it. I don't know. I'm never gonna ask for additional bucks. We're just here to hang out. But if you will, hey, whatever. It is what it is. I very much appreciate. Thank you very much. Let's go. Jackson wouldn't be one. Watson would be one. Yeah, obviously he'd be your X, and then you'd have Smith and Jigba and Aaron Jones would be probably your short guys. Is Romeo Doubs a guy that you think's going to be able to elevate his game? Maybe. But I think with what you just said kind of answers the question, like, should they get Jackson Smith? Because if they don't, is Jordan Love going to find the same success with the same weapons that Aaron Rodgers has? It doesn't seem like Green Bay is going to be actively trying to trade for a wide receiver. I don't think they're in the DeAndre Hopkins sweepstakes, even though I don't know. I don't want to say they probably should because maybe DeAndre Hopkins doesn't want to go to a rebuild right now. The teams that he's linked to, the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, like he wants to go win. So, I mean, maybe, they're not really in that sweepstakes. I don't know if there's any other wide receivers that are, really up on the block right now that are like hot names. But we'll see. Do I think any players get traded tonight? Well, I hope Budda Baker becomes a Philadelphia Eagle. That'd be pretty cool. I'd love to see Howie Roseman work some magic and follow in line with what happened last year with the Tennessee Titans and getting an A.J. Brown. I think Budda Baker would be definitely someone that you consider. I think you could look at DeAndre Hopkins. I think you could look at Dalvin Cook. I think you could look at, I don't know, who else wants to get a trade? Those are probably the big three that I could see getting moved. I mean, Dalvin Cook might even be tomorrow just because of the value. Like, a lot of times, like, the trades that will happen today are going to involve, high compensation, second-round pick, first-round pick. I don't know if Dalvin Cook at this current stadium, he's still a solid player. I don't know if he, especially for a running back, an older running back, is going to command that. So that might be something you focus on tomorrow. But I can definitely see DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, teams are going to want some clarity. Teams are going to want to know, are we going to get him or not? Are we going to get DeAndre Hopkins or not? Because if not, we're going to have to focus on wide receivers this year in the draft. So they may want to pull the trigger there. But I would love, personally and biasedly, to see a Budda Baker trade. But look, are they on the clock? We're chilling. You guys aren't picking up. I have basically I'm streaming my cable box on my computer. You guys aren't picking, I have a little bit of audio because I always want to hear when the picks come through. As long as that's not getting picked up on the microphone, I think we're looking pretty good. Shameless Bear, I appreciate you, C4, hundreds of hours watching you each year. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Very much appreciate each and every one of you. It's been a good year. We'll say that. It's been a good year. Even though it hasn't been a good year in a certain sense, like we're coming to the end of Madden 23 and we're at the doom and gloom of it was probably the most stressful year as a content creator just because 70% of the Madden season I didn't know if my work was going to be my content and my work was going to be corrupted. But in terms of channel growth, very happy with the channel growth. Very happy with everything else on that end. So, but hey, I'm glad you enjoy watching. Glad everyone here is stopping in. And cannot wait for the draft to start, but also cannot wait for the Philadelphia Eagles to make a selection. But it's pretty cool. Eagles right now, the only news right now is that we got a very, very early third-round pick because of tampering with Jonathan Gannon. What is the tampering? What was that? Wasn't it something with Gannon trying to poach away our linebacker coach? I feel like Tampering investigation of the hiring of Jonathan Gannon. Both teams agree to swap third-round picks. And so we got, whatever. That's not even that much of. Can I show the stream I'm watching? That is demonetization. I'm just watching the NFL Network feed. Lions going to win the draft. They might. I assume Dank Cushman. Love the name. It's only a matter. I think I'm going to bust out the first salad when Philly makes their pick. For better or for worse. Because they're either going to celebrate and I'm going to be laughing my ass off if we get Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, Bijan Robinson. Or I'm going to need it because I'm going to be fucking annoying and pissed and it's going to calm me down a little bit. But I'm going to ask you as a Detroit Lion fan, do you want to stay at that spot or do you want to trade back? Do you want to acquire more picks? So I feel like Detroit's in an interesting spot. I think most people are kind of pigeonholing them, grabbing a corner, and they likely will have their first swing at whatever corner they want. If they think Devin Witherspoon's the top corner in this draft, they can get him. If they think Christian Gonzalez is the best corner in this draft, they can go get him. Or, given we're Detroit, I think Detroit's going to be, it's not a hot take anymore. I think Detroit's going to be pretty good next year. They might be the favorites to win the NFC North. Do you take that high pick and flip it into more picks that you can get that much more talent and get over the line? I don't know. I would say, in my opinion, it's the same thing with Philadelphia. Because you look at these teams in the top 10, clearly Detroit and Philadelphia are the two teams that are like, maybe Seattle. I mean, Seattle didn't make the playoff. We'll throw Seattle in. Seattle, Detroit, and Philly are like the three teams that I would say should make the playoffs next season. So the fact that they're picking within the top 10 is a complete luxury. Get a guy that can help you. Get a guy that can help you get over the line next season versus just trying to get more picks. Get a guy that's a true game changer. And I think push comes to shove, at the end of the day, that's what I would do. That would be my answer for Seattle. That would be my answer for Detroit. That's my answer for Philadelphia at 10. Stay there. Get a game changer. You're not going to pick here again next year. It's a luxury. Make it luxurious. Make your roster luxurious with said luxury. Gannon and the GM had a call before the Super Bowl. That was the tampering. Okay. Because I heard some shit about Nick Rallis, our linebacker coach. I believe he's the DC there now. But there was something there that actually I think it pissed off Gannon a little bit. Hopefully he gets Nolan Smith. He'd be on the low end. He'd be one of those guys where I wouldn't love the pick, especially if we got him at 10. But he'd be in that bubble. I'm not gonna be pissed because there's a lot of traits there and schematically. He could do a lot of things for our defense, but I'd love him a whole lot more at 30 than I would at 10. Or I'd love him if we traded back from 10 versus straight up getting him at 10. As a Lions fan, I'd go down to 10. So you want to trade with Philly? Philly trade up and get Jalen Carter? Feel like staying and getting. So your Lion fans are kind of like with the Eagles fans. You'd rather keep your premier pick, trade your second pick. I like it. All right, they're booing Goodell. Is that Andy Richter? Who the hell are these people? That Chiefs fan looks like a mom that's at pickup with my son at school. Also, why are we 10 minutes late? Shouldn't this have started? Shouldn't the pick be coming in here? I don't know these people.
Okay, Kansas City, I'm so happy to be here.
Is this the pick?
And it is my honor to bring to the stage right now Chiefs legends Dante Hall and Will Shields. Give it up.
What? Take the pick. It's 10 after 9. Dante Hall and Will Shields coming out. Are they going to announce the pick? Like, we're going to have to wait another 10 minutes? Eric Stone Street. No idea. Oh, I don't want to watch this. Kermit the Frog and the other Kelsey brother. Still haven't watched that. I don't know. We obviously got some Eagle fans here. Haven't watched any highlights from that game. It's one of those ones, like, I already know if I watch that Jalen Hurts fumble again, I'm going to be crushed. Absolutely crushed if something like that happens. So,
Hold up. Kansas City, I think we can do a little bit better than that. Chiefs Kingdom, can I hear you out there? All right. Hey, Chiefs Kingdom, we in this thing or what?
what's up, Black Panther? Thanks for stopping in, brother.
This thing shiny or what? You know you gonna give me this mic all night? Hey, you ready to trade up for the #1 pick this year or what? Please get a beat.
That was kind of funny.
All right, Kansas City, it's time to get the show started.
Hurry up.
2023 NFL Draft is now
Jesus. It's officially open. It's 10 minutes in.
the Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
All right, well, I made the thumbnail of this. Carolina getting Bryce Young. I would be annoyed because I saw a couple props of, like, just obviously C.J. Stroud's been linked there. Made a lot of money if you would bet on C.J. Stroud going to the Panthers, but I've been very, very consistent in, like, Bryce Young's firmly my quarterback one. Well, let's see, man. We got Frank Reich. He's looking for his new quarterback. Are they going to run this clock? Don't run the clock. Don't run it. That's another thing. We always just waited 10 minutes. Okay? We're going to be here till midnight. Past midnight, my time. Let's show a little love and respect for those of us on the East Coast. Let's get going here. Let's get going. What's up? Love your channel. I'm also not going to watch. I already know. There's every year. We've done this. This is at least the one type of stream that I'm used to doing. People always like to, spoil the picks, and I like to keep my reaction on. So I will be kind of just peeking at the chat versus, like, constantly reading the chat. Between picks will be more so when we do it, because obviously Twitter always just announces it before it comes out. But, yeah, I mean, I think the only 3 picks that I'm going to be super pumped about as an Eagle fan are the blue chips. It's if we trade up, which the report's trading up, Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson. Those are the 3 guys, the 3 blue chip players that I think would only boost our chances of competing for another Super Bowl. Those would be the 3 that I'd be super over the moon, lose my shit for. Everyone else, I don't want linemen. I don't want any depth player. But at the end of the day, even like Van Ness, I think Lucas Van Ness, I kind of took like a temperature on Twitter for Eagles fans anyways. And it does seem like Lucas Van Ness is like the #1 guy Philly fans don't want. And honestly, I'd still would like that more than when we got, I like Lucas Van Ness more and has a higher ceiling when we got Derek Barnett at 14 from Tennessee. So I think even worst case scenario, it's not going to be the end of the world. But then again, they could just do something ridiculous. Like, I'm thinking, I've heard some rumors at 30, like Bergeron. He's Canadian, at tackle, out of Syracuse. Could potentially go in the first round. Like, there you go. That's where I start fucking losing my mind. But, like, almost anybody that you could hypothetically say Philly could get at 10, Skaronski, Paris Johnson, Nolan Smith, Van Ness, Miles Murphy. It might be underwhelming, but I don't think there's any pick that I'm going to straight up give an F. But it is what it is, man. Matthew Smith from the UK. Let's go. Don't want to think about your country because my favorite soccer team fucking blew the Premier League. So I don't even want to. Dustin, I did talk about the tampering pick. Obviously, just thoughts are, hey, more ammunition for Philadelphia, and I'll take it. Thank you for taking Jonathan Gannon off our hands and giving us, almost it's a third round pick, but it's almost a second round pick. We almost got another second round pick. It just gives you even more ammunition if Howie Roseman wants to trade out a pick 30 and get, now we got that 2, 2, 3, or what do we got? What do we have? Can I even look at the Eagles' picks? Do they show? Oh, they don't even show all the picks. Okay, whatever. We don't talk about Man City. We don't talk about oil money in the chat. Shout out for Finland. Let's go. Do I know anything about Finland? Timu Pukki. There's a deep cut. I know him. I know some soccer players. That's about it. I'm going to be honest. I was hoping to be a little bit later for the salads, but if they're going to run it 8 hours till the Eagles pick at 10, we might have to pick it up. Matthew Smith, you're a Chelsea fan. My brother is a Chelsea fan as well. Kind of funny. I remember you guys hijacked Mudryk from Arsenal. Glad he sucks. He's been underwhelming for you guys. Shout out from Manchester. I assume that's not New Hampshire. I don't know anything about I don't know anything about New Hampshire. Shout out from Ireland. Man, we got the international audience. That's why, man. I'm an international. I'm a Canadian, even though it's not really international in the context of football. We got a lot of people. Shout out Ireland. Let's go. Shout out Conor McGregor. Oh my God, they're running the clock. Just make the fucking pick. You know what? At this point, we got almost 200 people here. Shout out where you're at, and I'll let you know as a Canadian what I know about where you're from. We got Jacksonville, Hunter in Jacksonville, Lennon from Kansas City, John Tom likes the Bengals. You support Crawley Town? Oof. Only reason why I know about Crawley Town is like when you're picking in FIFA, like one of those low-level teams that you want to try to take up through the ranks. I'm aware of Crawley Town. From Maine, Thomas from Maine, let's go. A Finnish prospect? Never, is he plays high school in Alabama, or is he on Alabama? Delaware, Chicago, Kentucky, PA, west of Philly, Washington, West Virginia, Philly, Ohio, Philly, California. We got John from Saskatoon, BC. Let's go. I did not throw shade at a Syracuse player. I very much want Matthew Bergeron to get drafted because the last Canadian lineman that got drafted kind of high was Danny Watkins, and he's fucking awful. But I don't know if I want Philly to get him at 30, and I've heard some rumors that Philly is interested, so I don't know. I don't know anything about Humboldt County. You know what I know about? Gary, Indiana. Shout out Freddie Gibbs. South Philly, Seattle, Florida, Virginia, Melbourne. We're represented North Michigan. I don't know, Shameless Bear, if that's, hopefully you're not the people that don't have clean water. Ohio, let's go. KC. Don't like the Chiefs. All right, the pick is in. Let's see it. Toronto, Pittsburgh. You live south of Gary, man. Derek, stay safe, brother. Stay safe. I will say right now, that was something that I was gonna do. I have already created. It's just the time needs to be right. An NCAA created team thing that is gonna be really fun, and I'm delaying it because I want that series to be going and established and roll into the new NCAA college game. And when that got pushed back, I kind of pushed this back. And I went with a team in Hollywood, Florida. I felt like obviously it plays on Hollywood, California. But the second runner-up, and I explored some designs. I was going to make a Gary, Indiana team, and it was going to kind of be like, I don't know, the longest yard. It would have been funny. What's up, Texas? Nottingham, UK. Arsenal fan. I feel your pain, brother. Been an Arsenal fan since the Invincibles. A year or two before that. Like, Bergkamp was like my favorite player. Then we got Henry in the FIFA games and Pez. Oh. Pick is in. All right, let's go. Carolina Panthers. Pick one.
Carolina Panthers select
Bryce Young to Carolina. Vegas was never going to lead us astray that much. That's the pick. He's the franchise quarterback in this year's draft class. The only knock you had, like, if he was 6'3", 6'2" even, and like 215 pounds, 220 pounds, this wouldn't even be quite. It'd be Trevor Lawrence all over again. He would have been head and shoulders above C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis. And the fact that you can't, like, what do you really have to knock him for his height? And like, what from watching him play at Alabama makes you think like, ugh, that's going to be a problem at the next level? Like, he didn't have balls batted down at the line of scrimmage, didn't have durability issues. He can maneuver in the pocket to, kind of operate like Drew Brees in a way where it's like, I don't think tall offensive linemen and being able to read the field behind an offensive line is going to be an issue for him. I will say, obviously, with his slight frame, is going to be on Carolina to keep building that offensive line around him, have a nice run game with Miles Sanders, keep some pressure off him. But, I mean, they made the big investment last year in the first round of Ike Ekwonu, protect his blind side. This is the right pick. Congratulations. A new era in Carolina. They're going to do wonders with Bryce Young. Frank Reich is going to do wonders with Bryce Young. That is awesome. So, we got a lot more new Panther fans on the channel because of, obviously, our Madden series last year. And, congratulations. You guys got yourself an outstanding quarterback. You could have overthought it. You could have went a different direction. Great pick, bringing in Bryce Young. Giving that an A+. Alrighty. Look, you didn't even notice that right there. Well, I just recorded that for the compilation, greatest hits of this stream video. Looked like that was pretty seamless. Didn't feel out of the place. Bryce Young to Carolina. Hey, at least the thumbnail is up to date. What do we think? How do you feel? I mean, I don't know how many Panther fans we actually got here, but I feel like Panthers are going to be. That was your guy. I think most. I don't know how many Carolina Panther fans were of the argument that you wanted C.J. Stroud over Bryce Young. You wanted Anthony. Maybe I almost feel like it was like if it wasn't Bryce Young, it was going with like the all-in gamble of Anthony Richardson. But I mean, Bryce, he's that guy, man. I think he's the safest quarterback prospect. He has the highest floor in this year's draft class, and a high floor, talented quarterback will win you more games than a quarterback that needs to take big time leaps in development, which is every other QB in this class. You got C.J. Stroud processing needs to get up to speed with the NFL processing. Anthony Richardson, obviously, a lot of things need to get. Will Levis, same kind of deal. Bryce Young, there you go, ready-made. You keep him upright, you give him weapons. That's the next stage for the Carolina Panthers. Is get this man some weapons. Like if I was him, I would not be hanging up the phones. I'd be stuffing the line, calling into Arizona to get DeAndre Hopkins. I'd be like, all right, let's sell him on the project, sell him on Bryce Young. Let's get DeAndre Hopkins in Carolina. If not, if there's some wide receiver, if save Jackson, we're talking about right now, Jackson Smith and Jigba might only be the first round wide receiver. And if Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, those guys slip into the second round, you're running that up for Carolina. Even maybe Josh Downs, staying with the local North Carolina kid. But I think it's going to be very, very important for Arizona, for Carolina now. Prioritize getting weapons for Bryce Young. How many quarterbacks? It's the Justin Fields experience. We talked about it when Carolina made this trade, giving up DJ Moore to the Chicago Bears. They then inherit, it's like Something that else was on that trade, like think of Madden, where you have those 3 blocks, right? You can trade 3 things in Madden. And on the Chicago Bears side, they traded the first overall pick, and then the next little block, they traded having a rookie quarterback with no one to throw the football to. That's what they traded. You got, let's be honest, a washed Adam Thielen. He could be solid for you. And then a bunch of other role players that didn't do anything last year in Carolina, even with bad quarterback play. There, it was DJ Moore would make a couple plays, wasn't nearly enough from Laviska Shenault. And wow, Houston stays at pick 2. I bet it's my pick is Will Anderson, but also this idea that Houston's going to get someone here at 2 and then their quarterback later. I don't hate it. I think that if you could have the foresight of knowing that, like, say if Will Levis is the guy that like it too, and they just know Will Levis is still going to be there at 12. If they can get Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, that's my prediction here, and hopefully it is because I'll win a little bit of money on it, and then get your quarterback at 12, then that's S tier. That is absurdly well done from the Houston Texans. But if they are in on these quarterbacks, right, and there wasn't a report that Houston was trying to trade up to the number 1 overall pick when the Chicago Bears had it, that means they're in on a quarterback at some point during this draft class. You probably have to just bite the bullet and get him at 2. It's just so hard to project that you're going to have a top pick next year to get the Caleb Williams, get the Drake May, that if they like Will Levis, if they like CJ Stroud, if they like Anthony Richardson, you probably get that at 2 versus waiting and hoping just somehow one of these guys falls to 12. Or maybe they surprise everyone and they try to trade up aggressively from 12. If one of those quarterbacks still is there around 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe the Texans use that pick and get right back up and grab a quarterback. But let's see. Houston. We got the Houston Texans. Whoa, they got CJ Stroud. That's what they needed to do. Houston Texans select CJ Stroud at pick 2. I was literally just saying in the live stream, man. It was smoke screens, right? Like I think Will Anderson at 2 would have made a lot of sense here. And it almost felt like they were kind of viewing a quarterback being available at 12. But if, like, you're sold on one of these guys, and there was reports, really solid reports, that Houston was trying to trade up with Chicago for the number 1 overall pick. They were sold on quarterbacks in this class. And it's just unrealistic to assume that quarterback will be available at 12. Or if they want to be aggressive, try to trade up from 12. So CJ Stroud goes to Houston. I'm not the biggest fan of CJ Stroud in terms of like, wow, this is a home run. Like, there's going to have to be some legitimate growth. His ability to read the game, his ability to process, those are things that not always get right and sorted out at the next level. Those can be things that kind of carry with quarterbacks throughout their career. But the pros of CJ Stroud, he absolutely has, like, if you're looking at what he ticks off, arm talent, boom, accuracy, boom, good athlete, boom. Played in a lot of big games, has big game experience. I think you make the argument that he's ready to go. He is going to be a day 1 starter for the Houston Texans. So, I mean, you know what? I like Houston. For the hiring of DeMeco Ryans, one of my favorite Philadelphia Eagles of all time. Mufasa is what we called him here in Philadelphia. I thought it was outstanding that they went out and gave him a head coaching job because it is a little bit faux pas in today's NFL to get a defensive head coach. So many teams want to chase that offensive mastermind, that guy that can develop quarterbacks. And the fact that, DeMeco got that job, there is a side of me that's like, you know what? I'm pulling for the Houston Texans. And I think CJ Stroud, as long as they can smooth out the edges of CJ Stroud, they got themselves a hell of a quarterback. And that was always the right call. So solid move there for the Houston Texans. Maybe you can make the argument now in hindsight, 2-3 years down the road, so they've gone CJ Stroud, or so they've got Will Anderson, the top edge rusher, and went out and gone all defense for DeMeco Ryans. That's related. But I think getting CJ Stroud here at 2 is a better process if they were interested in a quarterback than just getting Will Anderson and hoping for a quarterback at 12. So I'm going to give this one an A grade. Congratulations, Houston. You got a new franchise QB. Hey, Ernie Roberts, Jackson Smith-Njigba got to be a Texan then. That'd be a healthy combo. But the only reason why I would say not, and maybe that's a little Canadian bias here, is I think you're sleeping on John Mechie a little bit. I think when you look at the profile of John Mechie, he probably would have been, in that bubble of like potential first-round wide receivers this year, and he's a slot guy. So if Jacksonville-Jigba's a slot guy, you don't really want that overlap. You could. Obviously, the pairings there, the chemistry's there. But if I'm Houston, you got DeMeco Ryans. This is almost like maybe DeMeco conceded that, like, all right, I'll let you guys get your quarterback at 2. Front office, general manager, offensive side of the football are like, we're getting our quarterback at 2. And he's like, you motherfuckers, I'm the new head coach. You're letting me get my defensive guy at 12. Whoever that ends up being. Be it, again, Lucas Van Ness. I think Lucas Van Ness could make sense in Houston. I know he's like pretty much the prospect everyone's dunking on. But like if you're looking for a power rusher in the mold of Nick Bosa, which you can only envision that DeMeco wants to try to replicate and build what he had in San Francisco and Houston, someone like Van Ness could make all the difference. Nolan Smith could make the difference. Miles Murphy could make the difference. If a corner is still falling there, if somehow a Gonzalez or a Witherspoon is on the board at 12, you could pull the trigger there. I don't know if I would include Brian Bresee at that spot, but like that would be my prediction. I think Houston goes defense with their next first-round pick if they decide to stay there, and this one here was, not a DeMeco Ryans pick. All right, so we have Arizona on the clock. This is a pick that we're almost anticipating a trade. Seems like they're being aggressive. If I'm Arizona, I'm not trading this. I know Arizona's going to a rebuild, but at this point, kind of like what we're just saying with DeMeco Ryans in Houston, you have a defensive head coach, and you have your pick at any defensive player in this draft class, and there's a consensus 2 of the 3 blue chip players in this class are defensive players, I would be pretty hard-pressed not to just say, you know what? Like, we need talent on this team. We need star talent on this team. I would go Will Anderson if I'm Arizona here. But they're running the clock down. Maybe there's a trade. Maybe. I mean, if I was on social media right now, probably would see it. But I'm trying to literally my phone's right there. I'm not going to open it until Philly makes their pick. Lots of phones going on there in Arizona. But I'm going to assume there's not a trade. Usually when the trades happen, it comes to like 5 minutes of the pick. So if I'm Arizona, I would go Will Anderson here. And then I get some money there because I had C.J. Stroud as second quarterback taken. And I had Will Anderson as first non-quarterback taken. And I had Dalton Kincaid as first tight end taken. Those are my 3 bets that I have. Not massive amounts of money anyways, but we'll see. I'm going to say, the question now comes from the Colts. If Arizona stays, so they're not getting a quarterback. So do the Colts go Will Levis or Anthony Richardson? My last mock draft, I said if I was the Indianapolis Colts. What? Texas.
Nick Casario is using it to trade back up into the 3rd spot, and they have just made a selection to go back to.
They're going to get fucking Will Anderson? Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud?
Did we hear about this last night from Did someone say that last night?
Holy shit. The Houston Texans have traded up to the 3rd overall pick. They're going to do it. They're madmen. They're going to get C.J. Stroud, their quarterback of the future, and this has got to be Will Anderson. Holy shit. Congratulations. What a draft. I love that aggressiveness. I don't know what the compensation is, but if you leave this with a new quarterback and the best player in this year's draft class, round of applause for the Houston Texans. Holy shit. Houston. What are we? Oh my God. Congratulations. Outstanding. Hey, I literally gassed up the Texans as a team that I'm kind of hoping for next season because of DeMeco being there. They've been down bad back in the day as a neutral. I always kind of like the Texans, man. Andre Johnson is one of my favorite players of all time when they had Arian Foster, those red unis with Matt Schaub. Houston's always kind of been a team that, in terms of the landscape of the AFC, where I have no dog in the fight, I've always liked Houston. If I had to pick a team in every division, Houston was the team that I always kind of gravitated a little bit in the AFC South. So to see DeMeco get his defensive player and a new quarterback, the only way this would have been better is if, Carolina screwed the pooch and got C.J. Stroud at 1, and Houston was able to get Bryce Young and Will Anderson, double up on the Alabama players. Let's see this pick. It's got to be. I mean, I guess it could be Jalen Carter, but it's got to be Will Anderson, right? Don't mess it up. Will Anderson. Will Anderson. There you go. Blue chip player, man. Best player in the draft class. Will Anderson. The Houston Texans' best player in the draft class. Will Anderson Jr. out of Alabama. He was one of those guys, like, box score stat-wise, he dropped off a little bit this year because he's like Aaron Donald. Teams viewed, he was the Aaron Donald of college football. He'd get double and triple teamed. Offenses were literally designed to avoid letting him, impact the game any way, shape, or form. But, like, he was one of those guys, like, when I looked at what he did in 2021, 100-plus tackles, 31 tackles for loss, and 17 and a half, generational type numbers. He is the best player in this year's draft class. Houston, there's your, different but the same. You have now your J.J. Watt replacement. You now have your cornerstone edge rusher. He adds in the long line. Houston's done this before. Mario Williams, J.J. Watt. I mean, J.J. Watt was drafted a little bit later, but J.J. Watt, Jadeveon Clowney, the next premier edge rusher to become a member of the Houston Texans, Will Anderson, A+. I love the aggressiveness. Outstanding job from Houston, crushing it. Wow. C4 made a little bit of money here. Okay. So we got Indy on the clock here. Colts. And we had a couple Colt fans here. Who do you want? Will Levis, Anthony Richardson. Man, well, there's the first dream. The first thing is fell. Will Anderson was my dream pick. My number one S tier was Philly being aggressive and trading for Will Anderson. At least that one's on the board. It's now Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson, or I'm not going to be hyped for what we do in the first round. Unless it's a trade. Unless we get like Buda Baker somehow. Colts going to get Levis. Well, we got Colts here. Colts fans here. Will Levis. Anthony Richardson. Man, I don't hate those draft hats. I thought I was going to hate those draft hats, but now that I'm seeing, I might need to grab a Philly draft hat. It's been a minute. Like this hat here is an Eagles draft hat. It's my last favorite Eagles draft hat. It's been a minute. We're on a little bit of a cold streak in terms of draft hats. There was probably like 3 years in a row that I was buying them. Maybe I'll get these ones. Maybe upon further review. All right, Colts pick is in. Okay, let's see this trade. The Texans got Will Anderson and a 4th-round pick, and they gave up 2 firsts. 2 firsts, a second, and a third. I'd pay that. 2 seconds. Now, I will say, the 2024 first-round pick for the Texans is still probably going to be a pretty good pick. I'm not expecting a ridiculous turnaround from Houston. That could likely be a top 10 pick. So taking a top 10 pick, pick 12, a 2 and a 3 for Will Anderson. That's pretty good value for the Cardinals, who are in a lot more of a rebuild mode than the Houston Texans are. So I don't think it's a robbery, and I think, very expensive to go get Will Anderson, but I think the player is worth it because at pick 12, if you're going to view that Houston Texan pick as a top 10 pick, you're going to be hoping for a Will Anderson type player. It's that Family Guy joke. It's like, you want Will Anderson, or do you want a box that could have a Will Anderson in it? Get the Will Anderson. That's what they did. Loving what Houston's doing here. All right, pick is in for Indianapolis. I would love this to be Anthony Richardson. Anthony Richardson was my quarterback 2 in this year's draft class, but obviously for that, Gator bias has been applied. But I agree with what they're talking about. Who is that guy? That's Joel Klatt. I'm watching the NFL Network stream, by the way. But 100%, you need to build around Anthony Richardson. And even though it was a down year, Colts, you're viewing the Colts roster optimistically. Colts have a lot of investment in the offensive line. Their offensive line should be good. They have an outstanding run game in Jonathan Taylor. You have a playmaker on the perimeter in Michael Pittman. Probably need to add another weapon. But Shane Steichen coming from Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts. Anthony Richardson needs to be the guy here. Alrighty, we have the Indianapolis Colts now on the clock, and they do it! The Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback from Florida. Congratulations, Colts fans. You guys got yourself an absolute alien at the position. The best athlete, pound for pound, in this year's draft class, and you're putting him in a scenario where he's going to be able to succeed. You got Shane Steichen coming over from the Philadelphia Eagles, who has worked wonders and knows how to call plays for a quarterback of Anthony Richardson's skill set. You have an offensive line that, on paper, they've invested in it. They should have a great offensive line. They should have a great run game with Jonathan Taylor. You already have a proven wide receiver 1 in Michael Pittman. Maybe get another weapon in there, because I do think you need to put and surround Anthony Richardson with a lot of talent while he figures out, the developmental side, because he is a raw player. I don't know with this selection when Anthony Richardson is going to start for you guys. But I love this fit. I love the player. He was my quarterback 2, A+. I'm going to be throwing out a lot of A+. I don't want to be loose with the A+ grades. I love the fit. I love the pick. I love what he's going to do to the Colts franchise. I see already in my chat, Colt fans loving that it's not Will Levis. A+, Anthony Richardson. Get those jerseys ordered up. Ace of Spades, what's up, brother? Thank you very much for the super chat. Hey, that's awesome, man. 2022, 2023 put you through hell, and literally me sound like an idiot on the internet. As long as I can be a nice distraction, well, hey, man, thanks. I love hearing that. That makes it, I don't take what I do too seriously, but when you hear things like that, it makes you, the days that, I'm just some guy making videos on the internet. Makes it worth it, man, when you hear every now and again, that it helps people. And if I can distract you, take you to a different place, you can watch me suck at Madden. You can watch my bad takes. That's awesome. So thank you very much, brother. And hopefully you finish out 2023 on a bang. You got to get locked in. You got to dominate. I believe in you. Yoshi4, you hoping for Bijan at 10? Yes. Bijan at 10 or trade up for Jalen Carter. What I think about the Chargers, one of the teams I hated picking for in the mock drafts. I have no idea what they're going to do. I have no idea what they should do. Tight end, wide receiver. Do you go running back? What's going on with Austin Eckler? I don't know. Chargers are a very, very tough team to think about. Is this a spot for Philly to trade up? This is probably the spot. If we don't trade up, I think Jalen Carter's gone. If Philly does not make the, and it's one of those things, Seahawks hold the power because they also might be interested in Jalen Carter. But I do think this needs to be a trade up for the Eagles. And there's only 4 minutes left on the clock. It's getting a little bit worrisome there. Simon, what's up from Germany? Let's go. That's the one place in the world I think I'd want to travel to. I think I'd love going to Germany. Love the culture there. Love Bayern, Fonzo Davies, Bayern Munich. The games at Dortmund look insane. So shout out. Thank you very much for tuning in, brother. Ghost Paint with the chat. I don't even know what that's called, but the donation. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in, man. Let's go. I hope whatever team you support gets the player you want. C4, what should Tennessee do? If I was the Titans and I did not have to consider any of the other teams, I would have tried to get Anthony Richardson. I think Anthony Richardson stylistically, if you like Malik Willis, you like the traits of Malik Willis, well, Anthony Richardson's just the more evolved form of that. I think if they stay put, I just think you're handicapping yourself with Ryan Tannehill. And the Titans are in that purgatory of do you go to a rebuild? Is there validity to trying to move on from Derrick Henry? The way but also, and you traded AJ Brown, you got hosed on that one. But on the same side, you're keeping Jeffrey Simmons, which is good business. They're a tough one. If Will Levis is there, I might pull the trigger. I don't know if I would trade up for Will Levis, but if Will Levis falls into the Titans' lap, I think maybe that's where you would go. If not, offensive line, build the trenches. That's what they're going to be. You can never have enough good linemen, and you got to replace Taylor Lewan. So, another just a weird. I'm not a fan, so I'm not super on the pulse of Titans. But from an outsider looking in, I kind of feel like they're in football purgatory there. They don't know whether they want to compete or they're going to rebuild. They don't really have one foot in either side of that, and you kind of need to, make that decision. Holy shit, Anthony Richardson got a gigantic pimple on his face, but that's fine, man. That's fine. Timmy, how you feeling, Tim? Resident Colt fan and mod. How do you feel? Man, you getting that jersey, right? And don't get one from Guangzhou, China. Get that stitched. Get that stitched Anthony Richardson jersey, and you're going to wear it with love, wear it with pride. It's going to smell like excellence. You honestly, if you buy an Anthony Richardson Colts jersey, you're going to be faster because that's how much of an athlete Anthony Richardson. He's going to add plus 10 speed. Leon, Australia. What's up, brother? I don't even know. What is that? It's in the morning there for you guys? I'm trying to think when I would collab with Param Crow. It was really weird. So, hey, good morning. You're an Eintracht Frankfurt fan. So aren't they good? Aren't you guys really good? Sneaky good? I'm a little bit old school when it comes to the Bundesliga. Last time I paid attention to it, Wolfsburg was really good. Hamburg was really good. I don't think they are anymore. Aren't Frankfurt, aren't you guys really good right now? Steve Wilkos. R.I.P. Jerry Springer. Steve Wilkos. How about those Cowboys? Dallas. Pick is, oh shit. Seattle's pick is in. Hopefully they don't want Jalen Carter. I don't know who they fucking pick here. I just gotta assume it's Jalen Carter. Howie's gonna be pissed. Because I think Howie really, really wanted him. But if I'm Dallas, I'm BPA. That's probably not, it's not throwing you out a name, but Dallas is in just best player available, whatever the value is. If the value's at edge rusher, if the value's at offensive line, if the value's at wide receiver, your needs would be tight end, a Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer. If Michael Mayer slips, that would be an annoying pick because he's pro ready to be able to contribute right away and maybe even be an upgrade over Dalton Schultz. So I would say if I had to, BPA ultimately for Dallas, but if I had to say what would be an annoying player for me as an Eagle fan that realistically could be there, I think someone like Michael Mayer would be really, really annoying. What do I think DeAndre Hopkins gets traded to? Out of all the teams, I'd like to see him go to Baltimore. Maybe too many mouths to feed in Buffalo. Those are the three, right? Buffalo, Baltimore, and Kansas City. I don't want to see him go in Kansas City at all. I think Buffalo is just a weird fit. Seems might be overkill. Seems like Buffalo will be trying too hard. Maybe that'd make me anti-Buffalo a little bit because they're trying to buy their Super Bowl, which don't fault them one bit for doing that. But I think Baltimore makes the most sense, and it'd be fun to finally see Lamar Jackson with some stud players around him. Rick, thank you very much for the super chat. Dallas fan here. Appreciate your passion. Sometimes you piss me off. I love the content. It's all in good love and fun, man. I've never take Cowboy fans and the beef too seriously. It's always just, give and take. I would say almost every Cowboy fan that I've ever actually interacted with that isn't clearly a troll, like as long as you have like a profile picture on Twitter, they're good. So what do we have here? Holy shit. The Seattle Seahawks at pick 5. The dream for me as an Eagle fan, Jalen Carter's still there. They get my top corner in the draft class, an absolute dog, Devin Witherspoon. Maybe a little bit of a surprise. That's excellent. Devin Witherspoon, Tariq Woolen, are you kidding me? I think that kind of lines things up for Detroit to maybe go Christian Gonzalez, but Devin Witherspoon is, I believe, my 4th highest rated player in this year's draft class. Maybe a surprise. I don't really feel like a lot of talk had Seattle considering a corner at pick 5. But Devin Witherspoon is an outstanding player. My pro comp for him is Jair Alexander. Maybe not as twitchy as Jair Alexander, but has that alpha mentality. That's the number one thing I look for in corners. Are you an alpha? Sauce Gardner was an alpha. Derek Stingley was not. That was the difference. That was honestly the biggest difference between those two players. This year, Devin Witherspoon's an alpha. Christian Gonzalez, maybe. But Devin Witherspoon, I love that pick. I'm actually extra happy. I'm probably going to even throw a little bit bonus score in here because Jalen Carter's little dream is still alive for me here in Philadelphia. And if he falls into our lap and we don't have to trade up, that's going to be incredible. But I give it an A. Maybe not an A+ because Jalen Carter is a blue chip player, but it did look like Seattle did a lot of homework on him. So maybe they weren't super comfortable. Or maybe they didn't like what they found. But I love the player. I love the fit. I love the pairing, the idea of Devin Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen on the outside. Seattle trying to recreate the Legion of Boom. A grade for this one. I love it, man. A little bit of a surprise, but I love that pick, man. Devin Witherspoon, such a good player. Do we got Seahawks fans in the chat? How do you feel? Shameless Bear, please not Carter. You don't want, what, as a Lion fan? Yeah, we gotta start scrolling down here a little bit. I think if I'm Detroit, especially moving on from Jeff Okudah, Gonzalez is still there, height, weight, speed. I think the traits are enough that this is kind of where you need to go. But Legion of Boom 2.0 for Seattle. I'm feeling pretty... I don't know. I can see Atlanta, honestly, getting Jalen Carter. But very optimistic that he can... then you got the Bears. You can fucking go Jalen Carter. I don't know. But if this kind of shakes up, that Philly could get Jalen Carter and staying put at 10. I think right now the dream, if I'm just going to say this, because I don't want to talk about Philly because we're still a couple picks away. I think the dream would be Atlanta going Bijan. So there's zero doubt. We have zero options as a fan base. It's not like we had Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson at 10, and we could have in hindsight we made the wrong decision. If Jalen Carter, the off-field issues never really amounts to anything, and Bijan Robinson's like the next Saquon Barkley, next generational running back. I feel like if Bijan's off the board and it's clearly Jalen Carter or bust, maybe we can live with that a little bit better, if you will. But 4 picks to go. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 picks in front of us with 2 players that are easily the top 2 options. You got to feel kind of good about that. Lions take Bijan. You think Lions is going to take it? Thank you very much. Farming with BKS Farms. My draft stream better than most. That seems like the Arizona Cardinals have traded up to pick 6. The Lions trade back. Who the fuck are they trading up for? Gonzalez? Jalen Carter? Tyree Wilson? Hopefully it's someone that I don't want the Eagles to get. There's no way the Raiders pass on Carter. I don't know, man. You might want to... I think Paris Johnson could be a great fit. I don't know. I feel like if you're the Raiders, there's risk with Jalen Carter. I almost feel like out of any of the teams that don't want to have that, maybe it's the Raiders, the perception about that, the reputation side of things. Wow, Arizona trading up. So we got a big-time trade. The Arizona Cardinals have traded up with the Detroit Lions to get the 6th pick in the first round. Predictions? I'm hoping that this is either Tyree Wilson or Christian Gonzalez. Please let the Jalen Carter fall continue. $12-34 for pick 6. Not bad, depending on who they get. I mean, the Cardinals already picked up additional, like a really, really good haul for trading out a pick 3. So they do have that luxury to moving a lot of things around here. But, like, you know, possible picks here for Arizona. On the offensive side, they could go tackle. That offensive line ain't anything special. This could be Paris Johnson. And if it's the defensive side of the ball, Tyree Wilson at edge, Jalen Carter on the D-line, Christian Gonzalez at corner. Like, they lost Byron Murphy. Like, who are the corners right now in Arizona? So I think there's really 4 players at play. If I had to, I don't know. We'll see. Tell you what, though, we need to get my veggies into me here. So come on, make the pick. Pick is in. Chat's leaning towards tackle here. These guys are pretty happy. Jonathan Gannon looks gas. I mean, look at that. I think you're seeing the defensive coordinator in Jonathan Gannon there. If you guys are watching the stream react, this got to be defense. Could be Paris Johnson. I'm thinking this is defense. I got the NFL.com. Like, the thing that's in this stream is quicker than the NFL Network broadcast. I want to just try to focus on the broadcast. So, like, as they say the pick, I can gas up to it. It's just so hard. Like, literally, I feel like I got cross eyes. Like, all right, looking at both screens here. Same time. What strain do I have? I have something called Strawberry Jerry. It is S tier. Very expensive. $170 for half an ounce. So the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, and they go tackle! Paris Johnson Jr. We were talking about this in chat during the stream. 4 players that the Cardinals could have got. Paris Johnson Jr., Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter, Christian Gonzalez. Thought maybe more so siding towards Jonathan Gannon being a defensive coordinator. They go on the defensive side of the ball. But I said, Paris Johnson he was my number 6 overall player in this draft class. He goes at 6. Their offensive line ain't shit. He is the best tackle. Him and what you got? DJ Humphries probably is the 2 tackles there for the Arizona Cardinals. It's not a bad pick. It might not be a super popular pick with the Cardinals. I'm giving it an A. That is, you have so much money committed and invested in Kyler Murray. Make his life easier. And you do so by getting a franchise tackle. And that is what Paris Johnson's ceiling is. Outstanding mover, outstanding footwork, just beginning to scratch the surface. You get flexibility as well if you need to. Has played guard and tackle at Ohio State. But for me and my money, you're putting that guy left tackle for the next decade. Great pick. A grade there for the Cardinals. Good first pick, man. Even though Jonathan Gannon is an absolute nerd. It's a good pick. All right. We have the Raiders. I'm hoping the Raiders. What am I hoping here? This is these next picks are obviously very worrisome as an Eagle fan because there is a scenario that like Jalen Carter goes at 7, Bijan Robinson goes at 8, and we're just here holding the bag at number 10. So a little bit nervous, but we're getting close to the Eagles pick. Val Davis is making this pick. They're getting Christian Gonzalez. Oh, you want the corner? That's a 9.9 Raz. That's 6'1" and 41-inch vertical and ran like a 4.3. That's an Al Davis pick. That's the most Al Davis guy that's available. Matthew Smith, they picked for Kyler Murray. Apparently loved Johnson when he visited. Yeah. You got to... As much as the Cardinals could use a lot of things, like they could have went so many different spots there with the 6th pick. At the end of the day, you already have a commitment and investment in Kyler Murray. You need to make that work first. You need to make that work first before you start trying to build an elite defense. And maybe there's an idea that you have someone like Jonathan Gannon, a defensive-minded head coach, so you can maybe get more out of less with the defense. Maybe you're not expecting Jonathan Gannon, if they got Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter, Christian Gonzalez. Like, those are really, really good players, high-end players. You're maybe hoping that someone like Jonathan Gannon will be able to scheme up with, guys that are day 2 picks, fill in the holes, free agent, develop the guys that are on the Cardinals roster. And right now, I think salvaging Kyler Murray and making the most out of that contract and the money that you've committed to him, this Paris Johnson selection makes a lot of sense. I don't think it's a bad pick at all. Maybe not the sexiest of picks, but it's a solid pick here. So we got the Raiders on the clock. I have no idea where they're going to go. If I had to make a prediction, I don't know. It could be as out of left field as Will Levis. I want to say Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez would be my options. Could go Skoronski on the offensive line, plug and play at right tackle. I'd love to see Skoronski. I'd love to see Biasley, Skoronski, or Van Ness go here so that there's no fucking chance Philly ends up drafting them. But if I had to just say, lock in something for the Raiders here, I think in my last, it was either my last mock or my second to last mock. I had them going Christian Gonzalez. That will be my pick, my prediction. If I'm the Raiders, this is my board. I think I'd go Gonzalez. We got 266 people, almost 300. We won't be flirting with 300. All I ask for everyone that's in here in the chat, just hit that like button. It'll help out the stream here. Maybe get a little bit more. I don't even know what it does. I don't even know what likes do to streams. But if you are here and you are stopping by, a like button can't hurt. Help out the YouTube robots. I'd appreciate it. I assume we're getting some decent subscribers because I turned on subscriber-only chat. More so because I didn't think I'd have any mods. I didn't want it to be a wild, wild west. But if you are subscribing just to talk and chat, appreciate that as well. We'll say it is. Oh, Raiders pick is in. Why are they showing Will Levis? Don't tell me. Don't tell me they got word the Raiders are getting Will Levis. That was crazy. Is that foreshadowing though? Like, the pick they have to get the graphics and stuff ready. And the NFL Network was just showing Will Levis ahead of this Raiders selection at pick 7. Is that foreshadowing? Is that clickbaiting? We will find out in a matter of seconds. My prediction, Christian Gonzalez. I'd be very annoyed if it's Jalen Carter. That would be right now, that's just worst case scenario. Jalen Carter at 7, Bijan Robinson at 8, and then Philly's left just holding the bag there at 10. I'll be very upset. I at least want the hope of one of those guys being available at 10, and then like it's on us to fuck it up and not select them. ESPN was showing Gonzalez. It's just an Al Davis pick, and I don't know. I get a feeling from what I literally saw like on Reddit and stuff, the Raiders didn't really want a corner. It was like one of those positions that like was popular and they didn't want. But like Gonzalez, man, has so many uncoachable traits, and I think he's playing right away. I think he's the kind of guy that can play right away, plug and play with a high ceiling. Again, anytime you start dealing with those guys that are much more developed in the athletic department than they are technically, there is the bust factor. You know, the Anthony Richardsons. You know, look at maybe Nolan Smith potentially for the edge rushing group. But I think there's enough to like about Christian Gonzalez. I think that'd be, if I'm a Raider fan, honestly, I'd be happy with that pick at 7. And I just don't know if the optics for a team that's like trying to rebuild their image. Here's what it is. Is Jalen Carter a Patriot way type of guy? Because that's what McDaniels is running there. Don't think so. Tyree Wilson could be a guy. All right, the Raiders are on the clock at pick 7, and the pick is in. It is Tyree Wilson, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. You know, I'm not super high on him as a top 10 pick, but undeniable traits. I had him as my number 21 overall player on my big board. You know, we're a year from. He's Travon Walker. He's the Travon Walker of this year. He's a guy that you're gambling on the traits. More production than Travon Walker had. But there is definitely a level of development that needs to be had for that pick to really live up to the hype of the number 7 selection. I think you can make the argument Christian Gonzalez could be a better pick here, but edge rushers are always going to be valued more than corners. And it's going to be an interesting fit here. How are they going to utilize Tyree Wilson, too? He's a bigger guy. Are you going to have him stand up on the other side of Max Crosby? You got Chandler Jones. I mean, they got to is he going to play on the front? You're going to be versatile with, I don't know. It's an interesting pick. It's not a bad pick by any means. And let's be honest, Raiders have made some head-scratching picks over the year. I'd give this a B. A B for the Raiders with a lot of upside if they can develop this guy. You know, you want to say it's a reach, but like, you know, look at all the mock drafts. The people that are like in touch with the league and sources. Like Tyree Wilson was a top 10 pick. He was going even higher. Some people had Tyree Wilson going like top 5, top 3. I don't think it's a reach, but also like there's, I don't know. It just is what it is. It's not a home run pick, but it's not a bad pick. It's not, what's his name? It's not Clelin Ferrell over again. It's not that bad of like a, what are we doing here? But when I watch him play, I see a guy that doesn't have a lot of bend. And when you don't have a lot of bend, and you're a little bit upright, he's longer. Bend's something that you need. Bend's something that like separates a good pass rusher from a great pass rusher. And it's not really something that you develop to your game too much. You know, again, I can relate things back to the Philadelphia Eagles. Don't have ridiculous bend at Derek Burnett, who has definitely failed to live up to the expectations. And Derek Burnett was a power guy, one with his hands. A lot of the same positives that you have with Tyree Wilson. You know, that means, you know, I don't know. I don't want to shit all over this pick. It's not a bad pick. It's an interesting pick. It's like a, all right, sure kind of pick. Which, I mean, everyone, if you have a top 10 pick, you want that home run. You want that guy that's going to make you rush and go buy a jersey. I don't know how many Raider fans are going to be rushing to go buy a Tyree Wilson jersey. But I think a B's like a fair grade. A B's a fair grade because the potential is there. He could develop into a really nice player. So we have the Falcons, Bears, and Eagles. Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson. Again, fucking terrified that they could not be. Like, I'm thinking right now, best case, again, best case is Bijan Robinson goes to Atlanta, Skoronski goes to the Bears, Jalen Carter to the Eagles. That way there, I said it before, It's not like Bijan and Jalen Carter are available at 10 and Philly has to make that decision. I'd rather the Falcons make that decision for us. But there's also a chance Bijan Robinson goes here at 8. Jalen Carter goes at 9. I mean, how many times have Jalen Carter been mocked to the Bears when they were actually at 1? Like, that's who they're going to get. So that, this pick needs to come in. I need to at least have my hopes and dreams of one of my players being available at pick 10. Let's see it, man. I'm a little bit nervous. To be completely honest with you, I'm very nervous. Don't even want to talk. I don't even want to think about it. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't want to think. The more I think about it, the more I don't want to think about it. Let's just see what happens. I'll say this. I'll propose this to you guys in chat. Who do you think Atlanta gets? If it's not Bijan Robinson, who does Atlanta go here? Gonzalez? Could they go... Fuck, I don't know. Could they go Nolan Smith? I don't know, man. The board's kind of drying up here. And a lot of people have been fairly consistent in saying that the Falcons are like a BPA. Like, people that are in touch with the Atlanta Falcons are BPA. And there's a very good shot that Bijan Robinson is the best player available still. Will Levis? You think they're going to give up on Desmond Ridder? So, I mean, I'll be honest, I like Will Levis, I think, more than I'd like Desmond Ridder. If they're both in the same class, I would have picked Will Levis, but I don't know if the gap is big enough to make that here. But I agree, Dustin. I think A.J. Terrell and Christian Gonzalez would be pretty damn good. And that's another thing. Tyler Algier was good last season. Maybe not Bijan Robinson. Maybe doesn't have the ceiling of Bijan Robinson. But, like, I don't think when I look at the Atlanta Falcons, I'm saying that they need to get another running back. I think their run game, with what they were able to achieve with Algier, with fucking Cordero Patterson, like, when you are a team that has so many other issues, you know, I don't know. It feels... It's Bijan Robinson's so good that for almost any team, it's not fair to say it's a waste of a pick because he's that damn good, unless you clearly already have like a star running back. So I'm not going to say it's a waste of a pick to get Bijan Robinson, but it kind of would be given everything else around him. What team he's going to in Atlanta. Getting a running back, is that going to move the needle? I don't know. I'd say right now, if I'm Atlanta, I'd be looking at Christian Gonzalez. I think wide receiver, Jackson Smith and Jigba. You think that could be a sneaky pick? Jackson Smith and Jigba in the slot. You have the basketball team wide receivers on, Kyle Pitts, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Drake London sure is giving Desmond Ridder as much of a chance to succeed. And they re-signed Chris Lindstrom at guard for $1 trillion. That, you know what? Honestly, I'm not. You got Jeff Okudah, but Jeff Okudah's a slot guy. I think Jeff Okudah at this point in time in his career, probably like his strength has always been his footwork and his agility. I think you probably that just visioning that Gonzalez and Terrell on the outside with Jeff Okudah in the slot. Very, very interesting. All right, the pick is in. I don't even want to look. I'm honestly not. I'm gonna watch just the feed because I don't want to see this thing pop up. This is, as an Eagle fan, we are at the spot where it's gonna. Oh fuck it, we'll just show it. This could be very bad. Bijan Robinson, Jalen Carter are still on the menu. There's a chance one of those guys are off the menu here. I'm not even going to look. The thing's going to pop up, and I'm not going to react to it right away. This is the most nervous I've been this whole draft process. Please, please not be Bijan Robinson. I'm thinking on the top of my head, talking about with chat here, I think Christian Gonzalez makes a lot of sense. Christian Gonzalez, A.J. Terrell on the outside, Jeff Okudah in the slot. It's a really nice secondary. I think you go wide receiver, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Kyle Pitts, Drake London. Make the pick. Not Bijan. Not Bijan.
With the 8th pick
So they just completely dismissed the fact that they had a competent, like, on a completely incompetent team last year in the Atlanta Falcons. One of the only things that wasn't a big issue was they could run the football with Algier, Cordell Patterson. But they trust their board. They go best player available. And depending on what Chicago does here, as long as this is not Jalen Carter at 9, I think Atlanta making the decision for Philadelphia. Philadelphia has to flip-flop at 10 if Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson are there at 10. There's always going to be that what if of like, are we going to make the right call? Atlanta made that decision. So as long as Chicago doesn't F this up, I'm going to be pretty happy. The grading this one, I feel like you're trending between like a B+ and an A-. A- because Bijan is just so freaking good, and obviously he's got to be even better than what they already have. But I just think when you look at big picture in Atlanta, the run game was one of the more solid things they had last year. You have so many other holes, question marks at quarterback. Who else is going to make plays for you at wide receiver? You literally are severely lacking any big-time players on the defensive side of the ball. You got A.J. Terrell, Grady Jarrett, and the rest is like developmental. You're cautiously optimistic. I think if I was Atlanta, I probably would hope you'd had a BPA on the defensive side of the ball there at 8, but they're getting an absolute game changer. You know, I'll go B+. I'll B+ trending towards an A-. Eagles trade up to 9. What? Oh, shit. Here we go. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded up to 9. I don't know the compensation. It obviously wouldn't be a lot. I'm going to be wishful and say maybe it's like the pick that we got for the tampering with the Cardinals. I think we know what this pick's going to be. Holy shit. Bears get pick 10 and a 4th! Pick 10 and a 4th, dude! A future 4th. Come on. Come on, baby. If this is fucking Skoronski, I don't know what I'm throwing. Something's getting thrown. So Philadelphia traded up to 9. I got the compensation while we're waiting. A future 4th rounder. It is all it costs to move up one spot. If this is not Jalen Carter, if this is Peter Skoronski, something bad's about to happen. Do we got any... While we're here chilling, though, do we have... do we have any Falcons fans in the chat? I don't know if... I haven't seen any. I got actually a buddy that's a Falcon fan. I should just ask him. How do you feel about this? I honestly feel like if I was a Falcon fan, I'd be like, I don't know. You got a new super... You got likely... It's not a for sure thing, but you got likely a new superstar player. Easy jersey buy. So you're excited about the pick, but I think you'd always have to be worried, like, is this the right area for us to improve on? You have just got to assume, like, there's no way this is Skoronski. Like, old Howie Roseman, this is Skoronski. There is no... Unless Jalen Carter has bodies somewhere in Georgia, this has got to be Jalen Carter. And we got a lot of people tuning in, guys. All I ask, if you're just popping in for the first time, you can hit that subscribe, and you can talk in the chat. Smash that like button, because that's what YouTubers need to tell you to do. The pick is in for the Phillies. It's got to be Jalen Carter. All right, bring it to you live. This is going to be a big pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. Bijan Robinson just went at pick 8. So they made the decision for the Eagles. Eagles were sitting there at 9 or at 10. They traded up to 9. All it cost them was a 4th round pick next season, that's nothing. We're going to get that back plus some for the comp picks from this season, what we lost in free agency. Atlanta made the decision. It wasn't going to have to be a scenario where Philadelphia has to pick. Do we go Bijan Robinson? Do we go Jalen Carter? Jalen Carter is on the board. He has got to be the pick. So much about the off the field of Jalen Carter, right? Rightfully so. But the fact that, there's a lot of mystique around what's happening with him. But Philadelphia has his best friend and teammate that they both elevate. They both played off each other at Georgia in Jordan Davis. Jalen Carter has said Jordan Davis is like, he's that guy that elevates him. We have Nakobe Dean, who's the leader of that defense. If there's going to be any team that's confident in making a pick of a player with red flag issues in Jalen Carter, who is a blue chip player, arguably the best player in this year's draft class, it is the Philadelphia Eagles. The pick is in. It was a very quick, the pick is in. And it is! Jalen Carter is a Philadelphia Eagle. The Philadelphia Eagles, Super Bowl runner-up, just debatably got the best player in this year's draft class. A blue chip player that is going to be a successor to Fletcher Cox. An interior pass rusher that is everything that we need right now. It is the Howie Roseman monster. We're building through the trenches. That is fucking awesome, man. Jalen Carter, a Philadelphia Eagle. We could have bottled it, man. There was a chance. Old Howie Roseman, not the Howie Roseman that balls out and adds an A.J. Brown during the draft. Not the Howie Roseman that trades up and is aggressive to get an S-tier alien like Jordan Davis. Not the Howie Roseman that's aggressive and trades up to get a Devontae Smith. The old Howie Roseman, the Jalen Reagor, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, Andre Dillard, Derek Barnett Howie Roseman fucking just sits there and gets Skaronski. The new-aged Howie Roseman gets Jalen Carter. You have to wonder, man, that's a weird trade-up. Like, were they worried that Chicago... Like, it's one of those things. Are you worried that Chicago was going to get him? Are you worried that someone else was going to leapfrog Chicago? Like, that's a weird one, because if Chicago wanted Jalen Carter, they clearly wouldn't have traded that selection. But Jalen Carter, in my opinion, he's second best player in this year's draft class behind Will Anderson, and it's razor thin. That is a home run for the Philadelphia Eagles. The rich get richer. I cannot wait to see him on the field. That is a borderline generational talent. I'm not going to throw in generation because that's something that just gets thrown around. But Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson, Will Anderson. It was always those three are bust for the Philadelphia Eagles, and we got Jalen Carter. And we not only did we get Jalen Carter, we thought if we were getting Jalen Carter, we'd have to trade it like the 5th overall pick, leapfrog the Seattle Seahawks. And if you're trading up from 10 to 5, you're talking second-round picks, third-round picks, maybe even more. The fact that we got Jalen Carter and it only cost us the 4th round pick next year to secure that, outstanding from Howie Roseman. As long as he's off the field, as long as this guy is not going, as long as this guy's going to bust his ass for the Eagles, and I have no doubt that he will, especially given the fact that we got Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean on the team. This is absolutely incredible. Let's go, Birds.
And they got the two premier defensive tackles in the last 2 drafts. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, he's talented. And I would even disagree with you on the play hard point, Joel, because when I watched him, I thought he chased plays. He had an ankle injury week 1. He comes back with a knee injury later in the season. If anybody wanted to shut it down, he could have shut it down, and he was likely to be a top 5 pick if we didn't have things happen off the field. He went out there and played. I'll give the guy credit for that.
Don't forget in the NFL, you won't be playing 95 snaps a game either.
Not on that D-line. You talk about the quickness, the leverage, and the power, and I don't say it lightly when I say Quinnen Williams. That's the type
How are we feeling, chat?
back that he has here against Oregon.
Franchise-altering pick.
The line of scrimmage, the quickness, the suddenness.
I think the fact that we are going to have Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis for the next decade, it might be, man. All right, just 1 second, fellas. I got to upload that clip to YouTube. I got to make a thumbnail real quick. We might miss a live reaction to the Bears. I'll try to be back, but keep on keeping. I'll be gone. Just give me a couple seconds. I had things prepared. I was prepared for this.
You think that they might have some fun, Nick Sirianni, with this one? That's a 3-for. That's a 3-for-1 special with him at the fullback position. So, to me, when I look at Jalen Carter, guys, that defense was stacked last year. Ian Rappaport, he was the best player on last year's Georgia defense.
Yeah, and he might be one of the best players on the Eagles defense as well. And there's a lot going on here with Jalen Carter. Did not sound like the Georgia coaches were overly complimentary of the performance that he put on, mostly in practice and off the field this past season at Georgia. What the Eagles do is they take the talent, believing that they have the infrastructure, believing they
commissioner said earlier that he had 2 pre-planned handshakes this evening, and it doesn't appear that Jalen Carter
Whew.
right there. So
How we feeling, fellas, man? I mean, if you're the Bears, is this Jackson Smith and Jigba? Do you go Skoronski? Okay, just a second, fella. I'm gonna make a thumbnail. But I found a way that I can keep the chat up, so I'll keep watching the chat. I'm not watching the draft stream now.
and they moved around the draft board last year too, trading a first-round pick for A.J. Brown, and now
Oh my god, dude.
first-round pick
Who do I think the Eagles get at pick 30?
with Melissa Stark.
Now?
Well, Rich, he is the newest member of the
BPA.
Philadelphia Eagles. What are your
Nolan Smith. Let's just keep getting Georgia Bulldogs.
Right now, I'm just happy that the Eagles trust me right now, and I'm ready to work and put in work and win the Super Bowl with them guys.
It has been a difficult time for you and so many.
We don't need Theo Vaughn there.
What have you taken away and learned these past few months?
I don't know. You know, all I know is I got my family that's gonna have my back all the time.
Shout out Theo Vaughn.
And that, I'm gonna keep pushing through and I'm gonna make it.
What type of not only player but person are the Eagles getting?
They're getting a good coachable person, a good team person. I don't know. They're just getting the best person in the job.
Congratulations.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Pick is in for the Chicago Bears.
Talked about infrastructure.
I'm literally trying to Photoshop a picture of Jalen Carter.
Tracy Rocker.
This is inside the
Perfect infrastructure for this
world of a YouTuber.
planned ahead.
So the Bears
I try to make a baller thumbnail, ladies and gentlemen.
developed
Chicago Bears on the clock. I'm thinking, I would say, looking at the board, I mean, they could go. I mean, Christian Gonzalez is falling here. But, like, I mean, how incredible would that be if Gonzalez falls to the Lions at 12? I think that would be just outstanding value. But the Chicago Bears, what?
down and take somebody right here. Coming out of the combine, we were talking about offensive linemen. Skoronski of Northwestern. There's some other options for them.
What?
2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright.
The Chicago Bears at pick 10. Here I'm thinking they go Skoronski. Maybe they go Jackson Smith and Jigba. They go Darnell Wright. I think you make that maybe the first reach of the first round, but he's a legitimate first round tackle. Maybe if all these teams are kind of Skoronski's a guard, won't be a tackle. Darnell Wright is very good. He's very much a first round tackle. Is he a top 10 pick? I don't know, but protecting Justin Fields, you can't go wrong with that logic, right? You cannot go wrong with that logic. I assume what you're going to have Broderick Jones. What's his name? Broderick, I don't even know. Who's it? Jones is their other tackle that he was like a 5th round pick. And you got Darnell Wright. It's going to be plug and play at that right tackle spot. Maybe they make him the left tackle. But, you look at the other names that are available right now. Maybe not the home run that Bears fans are hoping. Like the fact that, you trade it back and you still get a guy that's, maybe a little lukewarm. But, I mean, it's a solid pick. I'd say like B- for Darnell Wright to the Chicago Bears. I think overall, maybe not the best player available. Skoronski's still there. But the idea of protecting Justin Fields at pick 10, that's a smart approach. Okay, just a second, fellas. Still slowly trying to Photoshop Jalen Carter. God damn it, come on. I got so many things going right now on my computer, it's chugging. That's my issue right now. I literally should just draw like a stick figure. Be like, this is my thumbnail. Here's Jalen Carter on the Eagles. Okay. I wish I could actually just show you guys my Photoshop screen right now. It's hilarious. Like, I tried to, preemptively build, the template for this thumbnail. And I literally have C4 happy face reaction and C4 pissed... C4 happy face, and I have C4 Skoronski face. All right, almost done. My goal is to only miss the discussion around this Bears pick. Okay, we got that. Boom. And we need to go here. I mean, how do you feel? I know we had a couple Bears fans here. How do you feel? Darnell Wright, would you go? I mean, again, that's the only thing you could assume is that, like, so many people were on board that Skoronski's a guard. You know, if Darnell Wright's the guy that's going to develop into a tackle for you, you need a tackle. You don't need a guard. You don't want to get a guard at pick 10. So I think if you look at the next best, I mean, Darnell Wright was my tackle 4. I had him as a top 30 player, first round pick for sure. But yeah, I mean, you also still have. I do think there's going to be enough people that are going to be whelmed with that pick. All right, thumbnail is done. Bada boom. Thank you guys for bearing with me. Thank you guys for helping out a content creator here. Boom, 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 boom. Video goes live. All right, bring. All right, Jalen Cutter video is done. We are back. We're back here. Let's get the chat back up. Titans at 11. I'm going to guess Skoronski. Whew. All right, let me look back to the chat. I want to see if we got anything here. Braxton Jones. That's the name. Braxton Jones was a hit. Value pick for the Chicago Bears. Let's get this Titans pick going here. Pick is in. After this Titans pick, it is time for a celebratory salad. We got some Titan fans in chat. I think Skoronski get a pick. I've mocked him a bunch of times there. I think if you don't go Skoronski, maybe you go Jackson Smith and Jigba just to get another game changer, an exciting young player on the offense. Zay Flowers? I mean, that's great value, though. I mean, Skoronski, even if he is a guard, I mean, positional value aside, we just saw a fucking running back go 8. Positional value, who cares? Get the best player you can get. And Skoronski, there's an argument to be made. Yeah, Will Anderson, Bijan. There's an argument to be made, even of the blue chip. Skoronski might have the highest floor in this year's draft class. So, Tennessee, who does not have the best of luck drafting linemen, especially in the first round, cries in Isaiah Wilson. Skoronski's kind of the alternative there. Let's see. We'll get this pick in. It'll be salad time. I think there's ads running right now. I don't know how to turn that off. Obviously, ads make a little bit of scratch here. But I think the more, and I agree with the V1BSD. I agree with you, sir. I think the Detroit Lions trading back from 6 and still being able to potentially get Christian Gonzalez. At least Christian Gonzalez is still in play. That's outstanding business from the Detroit Lions. I'm going to light this up, man. I hope I don't get demonetized. I don't think it will. Is it legal most places? It's legal in Canada. It's not illegal here. I'm not one of those guys who likes to glorify either. It's just what we do. We just chill. Just chill. It's what I do. I'm a farmer now, by the way. I got 3 seeds. All 3 took. They are now sprouts in the ground. I cannot wait. Integrity. I got a little integrity. And the Tennessee Titans at pick 11. A run on offensive lineman go Peter Skoronski. We'll call him a lineman because there is a chance he has to kick inside the guard. But you're going to be optimistic with the 11th pick that he's going to be an offensive tackle, player that arguably has one of the highest floors in this year's draft class. Very pro-ready. It's a Titans pick. It's a popular pick. I've mocked Skoronski to them multiple times. I'm giving this one an A grade. Maybe it's not sexy, maybe it's not flashy, which is kind of Tennessee anyways, like Tennessee football. That is an on-brand pick, a very nice pick. Where else? Maybe Will Levis, like that maybe could rue if Will Levis ends up hitting and they decide to pass on him with the question marks at the quarterback spot. But ultimately, Skoronski to the Titans, I'll give that an A. That's a very nice, safe, respectable pick. So the Detroit Lions. Scroll down here a little bit. This has got to be Christian Gonzalez. 12 and 18. That's how I'd start it. I'd get Gonzalez here. And then at 18, Brian Brzee, if you want. You could go Nolan Smith. Will Levis is low-key fault. Man, hey, I had Will Levis as my 34th player in this year's draft class. The Lions are getting Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs. Don't you already got guys? Right? You got David Montgomery coming over. DeAndre Swift, the most frustrating fantasy running back to own. But this, I do think this needs to be Christian. If this is anything other than Christian Gonzalez, you're going to be pretty hard pressed to justify this being like the best pick they could make. And we got everyone else here in chat. If you are stopping by, ask for a like. If you subscribe to the channel, you can comment in the comment section below, especially if you're a fan, you want your voice to be heard on the picks that we have seen. Pick is in for the Detroit Lions.
No QB for Commanders didn't sound like the Bucs liked him in the first round. Seattle, I'd be surprised. I'm still trying to find a landing spot for Will Levis.
Thanks very much, Ian. Greatly appreciated. All right, Roger Goodell now with the Lions pick. Again, they were on the clock 6th overall.
So the Detroit Lions are on the clock. Has to be Gonzalez, and it's Jahmyr. No. Oh. No. Just had our daily dose of sad. Wow. Okay, you know what? I'll say this. If they can still get Gonzalez at 18, which I'll be absolutely shocked if he falls that far, if they could just, no matter how the sausage is made, if they end up with Jahmyr Gibbs and Christian Gonzalez, it won't be that bad. But passing on Christian Gonzalez here at 12 for a team that I think so desperately needs a corner. You have run, what are these teams that have run games? I don't know. It's definitely a reach, but you're getting a guy who could be the next Jamal Charles. So if he's that, are we really going to be complaining about it being a reach? But in the moment right now, you got a great player. But that is an incredibly surprising pick. That's more surprising than the Darnell Wright selection. That's more surprising than the Raiders going Tyree Wilson. That is, I don't even know how to score that. In hindsight, if they still end up with Gonzalez, maybe I would be a little bit more favorable on this if they truly think Gibbs is the best offensive game changer available in the draft, which he could very well be. But I don't know, man. I don't want to be too harsh on this, but I think there's going to be some people, especially Lion fans. I'll go C+ because I think the player's really good. And if he is an extra Jamal Charles, you're going to be, fucking who cares? You get him at 12. But that is certainly a pick. I'll go C+. Certainly a pick. But again, if they can get Gonzalez at 18, it might not be the end of the world. Wow, man. Wow, man. I mean, I don't know. That's gonna be a pretty. I think there's gonna be a lot of pissed off Lion fans there. Green Bay up next. I think you're Green Bay. This is Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think you make. I think. I don't know. The tendency of this being Jackson, it's unlikely. It's like one of those deals where like Howie Roseman, Bijan Robinson, like Green Bay drafting a wide receiver in the first round. But I think given the board, Jackson Smith and Jigba would make a lot of Green Bay Packers fans happy in the moment. So I think I would go Jackson Smith and Jigba. That'd be. Oh, sorry. You know, we are in the business of me. I'm obviously clipping some of these stream clips to put in like a reaction video. I think if I'm trying to we're talking about grades. I think if this is Jackson Smith and Jigba to Green Bay, that's an A+. That's how they get an A+ with this selection from me. Where else? Brian Branch would be an A. That's probably it. Those would be my two options there: Brian Branch or Jackson Smith and Jigba. Like, does that mean like? Can Philly trade for DeAndre Swift, please? The streets are saying Van Ness. Van Ness to the Packers? Dude. At least it's on brand, right? At least Aaron Rodgers was there, never drafted a wide receiver early. Aaron Rodgers is gone. Jordan Love, desperate for weapons. Get a fucking developmental edge rusher. I know the franchise guy was anti-Keon White. So I don't know. Could be a tight end. But if this is Van Ness, if the streets are right... Let's see. Man, is it? Man. I'll say this. If we're going to gas up Van Ness here before this pick, I don't hate him as much as other people. I think you're looking at a guy, ridiculous RAS, like a 9.6 RAS. I think he fits their front. I think he's a developmental edge rusher. You're now in that bubble. When you have a developmental edge rusher, you say developmental because they have a ceiling. If Van Ness puts it all together, he's going to be an outstanding power rusher in this league. But he got a ways to go, and I think edge is a need for the Packers, but is it a need versus the other players on the board? And the pick is in for 13 for Green Bay, and it's Lucas Van Ness. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Brian Branch still on the board, and they go with the developmental pass rusher out of Iowa. I could see Green Bay Packers fans throwing something right now. I would have went, I was talking about this in chat, we're grading this. This is going to be used in a grades video, hot take, initial reaction type grade. I think you get an A+ if you get Jackson Smith and Jigba. You get an A if you go with Brian Branch. Lucas Van Ness is you're going back-to-back C+. And much like Jahmyr Gibbs, this is not necessarily guys that I don't believe in. Van Ness was in my top 50 big board. I had him closer to the first round than not. But you're still questioning with the guys on the board, was that the right decision? Upside is immense with Lucas Van Ness. I think obviously you look at his ceiling with his athletic profile right now and with how much he's in the infancy of his football career. Wasn't even a starter last year at Iowa. If he puts it all together, he could be one of the better power rushers in the league, and you're laughing. But when is he going to develop into that? Is it going to be this year? Is he going to shock everyone? Is that going to be something that you're going to see year 2, year 3 in terms of development? And like the more you start piling on that, the more you're like, maybe a weapon for Jordan Love would have been awesome here. Or maybe, you know, a guy that's a pro-ready safety in Brian Branch would have been the picker. Maybe even a tight end, Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, Lucas Van Ness. I don't know, man. Certainly a pick. I'll give it C+, but I don't hate the player. There's upside there for sure. Wow, man. Why is Gonzalez falling? He's an athlete only right now. Like maybe. Wow, I will say right now, Lucas Van Ness' girlfriend. Might be his sister. I don't know. Either way, round of applause. Pittsburgh trades out to 14. Is this for Gonzalez? They need a corner, and that could be money. This is, man, these picks here are interrupting with the salad time. All right, yeah, the Pittsburgh Steelers trading up to pick 14. I'm going to guess, especially because almost everyone has had Pittsburgh going corner. Most Steeler fans want a corner. Chris Gonzalez, is this where his fall stops? Let's find out. Could it be Jackson Smith and Jigba? Is he too similar to Deontay Johnson? I think stylistically they might overlap in terms of their skill set. This could be Broderick Jones. I'm going to guess right now, prediction. I agree with Matthew Smith. I'm going to say Broderick Jones at tackle or Chris Gonzalez at corner. I don't think you make this trade up for Joey Porter Jr. That'd be my take right now as it stands. We're back up over 300 viewers. If you are stopping by, all I ask, hit that like button. Just throw a little like my way if you're enjoying the stream here. And if you want to give a comment in the chat, all it takes is a little subscribe, and you'll be able to let me know your opinion about your team and your players that you were happy about getting or very upset about getting. I'm assuming we're going to have a lot of sad and angry Lion and Packer fans in here very soon. Nick Smith, great pick for the Eagles. Richardson wasn't too bad. Also for Stroud or Anderson Jr. Man, you're going to be happy. You're going to be very happy with Anthony Richardson. Shane Steichen is going to make it work. But I don't know. I think Broderick Jones or Christian Gonzalez is a picker for the Steelers, but I think you make this trade up to get Gonzalez. I don't know if you had to make this trade up given this board, but because it's tackle, I think the Patriots are also interested in tackle. I don't think the Patriots, if they had any inclination the Steelers were going, I think that's the pick right now for the Patriots. If you're not getting it's Jackson Smith and Jigba or Broderick Jones. So if Broderick Jones is on the menu, you don't really want to get at this. I'm thinking this is Gonzalez.
Who came from Philadelphia, where he was with Joe Douglas, also was with Joe Douglas forever with the Baltimore Ravens. They are like best friends. So if anybody knew what the Jets were thinking about doing, it was probably the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And in case anyone's wondering, the most unpredictable part of the draft has just occurred. The house band is doing a medley between Pink Floyd and the Bee Gees. That's just happened here in Kansas City. I'm like, wait a minute. What is happening? While we're waiting for the Pittsburgh Steelers to pick.
Woo! All right. We are giving her now. Well, I turn to the Steeler fans in chat. Who do you want with this pick? Are you happy with either one of my options, tackle or... I think Gonzalez would be the pick that would get Steeler fans real juiced up here. You can go Gonzalez to the Steelers. You could go Broderick Jones to the Jets. Fuck, the Commanders could get Will Levis. That's been my... I hope so. I had people reaching out on Twitter that were Commander fans saying there's no chance they go Will Levis. I would love it. They would eat so much crow if that's what they did and got him. And it'd be good for them, honestly. So the Pittsburgh Steelers trade up, and they got Broderick Jones, the tackle from Georgia. That's a good pick. It was either Broderick Jones or Christian Gonzalez, corner or tackle, the two needs for the Steelers. Any of my mock drafts, I usually go corner in the first round. I went with the whatever tackle fell in the first round with their second round selection. Trading up again at Broderick Jones. That is very safe business. You got to start to wonder now a little bit about the Christian Gonzalez free fall. Our team's a little bit worried about the technical side. Like, you know, you view him more as a project athlete. Maybe. And you almost wonder, like, where's his free fall going to stop? Could it be the Patriots? Could it be the Lions at 18 take another swing? It could be, honestly, the Commanders. I think the Commanders use some corner help. But Broderick Jones is a instant day one starter at left tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers. A left tackle blindside protector for Kenny Pickett. I'll give that, because they had to trade up for him, and I don't know the compensation, I'll give it an A, but that's a home run pick there for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But I mean, there's lots of guys. I mean, I don't want to always just, we got a lot of Eagle fans here, right? I don't always want to, I'm literally wearing Eagles gear. I do think it is, like, the guys that are going right now are, you know, we are getting... Football for thought. What do we got here? AC4. I know this isn't about the draft. Love your channel. Subscribe for a while. You got me actually making YouTube videos. Thank you very much. That's not the first time. That's actually a kind of common thing. Are people like, hey man, I watched you and now I try to, you know, obviously give the old YouTube. That's awesome. That's awesome to say, because honestly, I'm as amateur as it gets. Most YouTubers that are at least in my size, like, they're paying for editors, pay to get their thumbnails done, and you know, I don't want to say they lose the love of the art of doing a YouTube. They just outsource it. And for me, like, I love doing all that shit. I feel like, especially for me, at least in the Madden space, I am probably the number one guy that can be looked at in terms of, like, consistency is all you need. I've never had a viral video. You know, I've never had, like, those massive, like, I go from 100,000 subs to 300,000 sub type years. But fucking upload every day. You know, stubbornly, I just make videos I want to watch. I can tell you right now, if I just started uploading 10-minute videos with clickbaity thumbnails and fucking text font, like the captions and all that, like, there's a checklist of just becoming, like, you can now become a YouTuber, like, and follow 7 things and try to cheese the system. The fact that, you know, I've always just done it my own way. I make super long rebuilds because that's what I want to do, and you know, I can use that to provide for my family, and you know, I make a pretty good living, all things considered, doing what I do. So when I hear people say, like, you know, they watch me and they start their own shit, not to pat myself on the back too much, it's awesome, because I do think that I am a very relatable, reasonable goal that, like, fuck, just upload, be somewhat entertaining, I guess. And, you know, you can get there. You don't have to have a million view video pop off. You don't have to collaborate with 60 different creators to try to, like, you know, all that exposed stuff. It's just, it is what it is, man. I would appreciate, and hopefully someday pop off, get 300, 400, 500 subs, and, you know, I make more than enough money to you know, whatever. But I'm a content person. Live within my means. Do what I want to do. I don't need the peaks, as long as I don't got the valleys, and I've never really had those valleys since I've gone full time. As long as we're steady, the peaks will come. Again, thank everyone for tuning in, though. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. And hey, here's hoping Madden 24 goes off. I would love to get 200,000 subscribers soon. I'd love to get 250, because once you get 250, you can then say how many YouTuber stars you got. I got 250,000. Like, I need that. That's like the next goal, 250. All right, here we go. Let's get some comments here. You think Swift's on his way to Detroit? Fuck, I would offer him something from the Eagles. I'd give you guys like a 4th, 5th round pick right now. I think DeAndre Swift was misused in Detroit a little bit. Fucking Deuce Staley. I mean, I just say this as a DeAndre Swift fantasy owner. I'd watched him play. You know, there was enough good that he should have got more carries. So I would love it. Honestly, if I'm the Eagles, I'd be kicking that door. Having DeAndre Swift in that backfield, you kidding me? Where do you think Brian Branch goes? I hope Philadelphia. That is now my dream pick. My dream pick right now for the Eagles at 30 is Brian Branch. Hendon Hooker or Will Levis to Washington. I would go Will Levis. A lot more upside there, I think. Tim Whetstone, C4, did you, that Ackman video? I did see it. Yeah, man, you sent it to me on Reddit. Or not Reddit, Discord. That was cool. Old school C4 when I just tried to just be a YouTuber. Exo with the super chat. Keep uploading because we love you, bro. Man, I'm never gonna not keep. I love this job. When I was in high school, my favorite class. You know, like one of those things where like everyone, no one knows what they want to do when you're graduating high school. For the most part, right? Like I wanted to be. At one point, I wanted to be a pro athlete, either at soccer or football. 2 sports I was fucking awesome at. Didn't work out. Wish I grew up in America. I think if I worked out in America, I would have at least played football somewhere. Like there's zero chance I was anything worse than like a 3-star athlete. Never played football before until my senior year. I'm at least a 3-star athlete. Anyways, and it was one of those things where in high school, subliminally, I always took like the film and video classes. Like our school had lunchtime video announcements that was put on by the film and video class. Like that was my favorite fucking class. I love doing that shit. So yada yada yada. Eventually, like became a YouTuber. This is doing what I fucking actually found out that I love doing in high school. The fact that I can do it for a living as a self-employed person, gambling on myself. I got degrees, got jobs in the field that I had my degree, and I decided I don't fucking like this. I want to do YouTube. I want to give it a go, and that's why I'm always gonna stay uploading, bro. That's why I got the second channel, more C4. That's where Eagle stuff's going, and eventually we might expand it. I was so close. I was this close to buying the pro wrestling game, the new wrestling game, the new WWE game. And just like making a creative guy and just putting that on the second channel. Like the second channel might evolve. Right now, it's just Eagles talk. It might evolve into like just a legit second channel. I don't know. Maybe we'll make a third channel. But long story short, man, videos will always be up here uploading, man. It's what I love doing in life. Hopefully, Madden starts picking up their fucking end of the bargain. What did I do before full-time YouTube? I was a manager at a hot tub place that sold high-end hot tubs. Yes. Hated it though. I did not like it. It was literally one of those things. I went to school for it. I went to school for business management and marketing. And I mean, obviously, what I do now is kind of marketing. Like I utilize that side, but like business management, didn't really like being a boss. I'm not really a bossy person. Like literally, like to tell people, I wasn't a good delegator. And at the end of the day, but it was good money. Wasn't fun though. I was only there for a couple months. Like I was like right out of college. I got hired, which was bad. Then I went there and I was there in 4 months maybe. We'll round up and say it was like half a year. And I just like dipped and I was like, nah, I don't want to do the YouTube. Like literally while I was working there, like it was one of those things I'd set up in an office. I literally was just working on my YouTube channel, replying to comments, doing shit like that. So like that was the writing on the wall. Let's spartan up here a little bit. Well, that's what I did. Sold you. I could put you in a mean hot tub, baby. You need to shock that. You gotta get some chemicals and shock that shit. It's like that was what I said for my job. You gotta shock it, buddy. All these old people coming in don't know how to run their hot tubs. I don't know a fucking thing about hot tubs. You gotta shock it. You gotta shock that thing. Get into it. The Jets pick is in. I have no idea who this could be, honestly. Jets are kind of one of those teams that are I think, especially getting Aaron Rodgers, you're kind of in your BPA. Who do the Jets have? Is it Christian Gonzalez? Potentially. Imagine Gonzalez with Sauce Gardner. Overkill. DJ Reed, Sauce Gardner, Gonzalez. You're laughing. You could go D-line. You could go pass rush. You could go tackle. The only thing you don't go quarterback, you don't go running back. Could go, I don't know. Jackson Smith and Jigba, pair him with Garrett Wilson, and I wouldn't do that. This is a tough. I honestly could not predict what this pick is. It could be something at a left field. Oh, what I got there? Please don't be a sick kid. As a father now, that is like the number one thing that would ruin my mood if it's a sick kid. No offense to this young man if he's not sick. I'm not implying that he visually looks like he'd be a sick kid. Oh, no, it is Make-A-Wish. Fuck yeah. Man, I hate that shit. I love that shit. I hate watching that. I will say this, because I'm very high. Like, I've always pondered the situation of, like, if you told me, and this is I was a kid when I was born. Like, I had a lot of issues when I was born. A lot of surgeries. Wasn't looking good at certain points, but like we have a really good child hospital where I live. And I was in there for a long time. I don't know how many, like months, hanging on. But I've eventually pulled through, and it's always like, you know, when like they do the St. Jude stuff here around the draft. You know, I love that shit. I've done, you know, that's the best stuff. So like these Make-A-Wish stuff, especially now as a parent. Ugh. Let's get this pick out, and I'll continue my rant.
The NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight.
Let's go, buddy. You got a kid. Man, this kid's killing it. He's crushing it.
With the 15th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets.
Oh, yeah, this kid's crushing it, man. Let's go. All right, the Jets at 15 go Will McDonald. What? Edge rusher from Iowa State. You know, interesting. Great athlete. Proven production. Not super sure where he fits. Like, is this like a guy where you're like, you know, are they lower on Carl Lawson after paying him big money? Like, is that maybe that kind of role? Because you got Jermaine Johnson last year in the first round. So, like, you know, you want those guys on this. It's, you know, weird pick. But I think the Jets were definitely in a spot here at 15 BPA. C plus, B minus. B minus because I think Will McDonald is a solid player, but I think maybe 15 is also a little rich for it. We'll go C plus here for the Jets. Weird pick. How do you guys feel about this one? Wow. Bryce Huff is another one. Like, that's just a really, really weird position. Especially after Jermaine Johnson last year in the first. Jet fans, what do you think about that one? But to finish up my other thought, just because. So as a new parent, like when I have both your kids, your number one worry is like, please be healthy, don't be sick. When you're at these hospitals, it's also where when your kids are being born, you can see the sick kids, the kids that aren't having the best. It's just hate that. I don't even like talking about it. So I always have this scenario, man. In like a perfect world, if you told me I never had to worry about any bills, I might not be able to buy a fucking new Hummer or anything and be like a super rich YouTuber. But if you said my bills will be covered for the rest of my life and I could live comfortably, live within my means, and then like the rest just would always get donated to like a kid's hospital. Like I'm not saying right now, don't hold me to it, but like that was like in my dream, like your ultimate, like I'm a good guy type scenario. Like I think that'd be something like, I don't know, an alternate universe. If I start making $1 million a month, is what I'm saying. If I become like the biggest Madden YouTuber and I make $1 million a month, like I'd honestly just be like, I'm giving like $100,000 of that a month to like a kid's hospital. I would easily do that. Either way, that's why, yada, yada, yada. Jets kid, make a wish. Let's go. Absolutely crushed it. We are carrying on. The Commanders are on the clock at 16. Chris Gonzalez. What is going on with Christian Gonzalez? Now I'm almost hoping he doesn't go. I don't want him in the division if he pans out. The pick is in. 16. I got to finish this energy. I'm going to be up to... I got to drive my kids to school tomorrow. All right, I got actually I kept my big board notes here. So at least according to the C4 big board, the top 5 I have left. My top 5, because they should let during the broadcast. My top 5 available players: 1 is Christian Gonzalez, 2 is Brian Branch, 3 is Nolan Smith, 4 is Brian Brzee, and 5 is Jack Campbell, the linebacker. I think beyond that, like Jackson Smith and Jigba still on the board. Michael Mayer, Joey Porter, the tight ends, no tight end. I mean it's a lot of first-round talent at tight end. Very interesting. That is true, man. I like that comment, Lukey. Will Levis and Jahan Dotson, they know each other from Penn State. Pick is in for the Commanders. I mean, again, you gotta think corner, right? Gonzalez. What's up, Brandon F? Maritime guy, absolute maritime guy. Thank you. Tuning in. Where you at? PEI? Summerside? You in Summerside, PEI, bro? You confused by the Lions pick? Yeah, man. Again, if you think and they're sold by the ceiling of Jamal Charles for Jamar Gibbs, like, would you draft Jamal Charles in the draft? Probably. You can get a guy that on any given week can give you 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. It's not a reach, but it's just really, really, really weird, man. Exodia, the Forbidden One, with the super chat. Thank you very much, bro. Just got home from work. Insane. Y'all got Carter, Jalen Carter. Love your content. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good day at work. Hope you crushed it, man. Hope you had no dickhead customers. And Jalen Carter on the Eagles. I mean, again, my initial reaction video is already up on the channel, but I just, it was always one of the blue chip player, the riskier of the 3 blue chip players, I guess, because of the off the field, but with what we have with Jordan Davis being his teammate, being the dominant duo at Georgia, they have the relationship there. We got Nakobe Dean, who is the quarterback of that defense at Georgia. Let's just say Jalen Carter maybe is a head case type player. Those are 2 guys that can definitely keep him in check. Those are 2 guys that he's incredibly familiar with. And if you're a guy like that, maybe you go to a landing spot where you don't know anybody. Maybe your deficiencies are going to be magnified a little bit. You have guys that know how to get the best out of Jalen Carter. I think Philly's an outstanding landing spot for that, and I'm very happy with that pick. Couldn't have been any better. And the fact that it felt like going into this that they were going to have to trade up a lot for Jalen Carter, the fact that we only had to give up a future 4th to secure his services, you're laughing. And the Washington Commanders at pick 16, Christian Gonzalez gets passed over again. Emmanuel Forbes, corner from Mississippi State. I mean, he's a first-round caliber corner. Proven SEC ball hawk. You get the productions. Obviously, yeah, slight frame, 166 pounds. But I thought this was always going to be a corner pick. I just thought it was going to be a layup of a Christian Gonzalez, man. Maybe the league they're worried about the technical side. Maybe they just see him as a pure athlete, maybe more raw than people. It is what it is. But Emmanuel Forbes, now I can view this as an Eagle fan. This is the first pick within the division. That's a solid pick there for the Commanders. It's a guy that doesn't mess around. He has a little bit of that alpha in him too as well. I think him and Witherspoon are the 2 chippy type corners, and that is absolutely a trait that you want to see in your corners. I think there's going to be some people that are going to roll their eyes at this pick. I think there's going to be some Commander fans that might have want Christian Gonzalez because he was a more hype player. This is still a really, really solid pick at a position need for the Commanders where they need to strengthen. And, I'm a little annoyed. I'd give this a strong B+, trending towards an A-. Really, really nice corner. Patriots pick is in. Bill Belichick being able to develop Chris Gonzalez might not be fair. Well, let's be honest, though. Bill Belichick's going to get Brian Branch. That's a Bill Belichick guy. And the Patriots at pick 17 get the corner that many thought would go at pick 16. The free fall has stopped. Christian Gonzalez. With respects to Deontay Banks, like the freak corner of this year's draft class, Many people had him pegged as a top 10 pick. He was my number 7 player overall in this draft. Falls to 17 into the lap of the one guy who's going to take this S tier freak athlete corner that has a high ceiling, but needs to develop to get to that high ceiling. It's Bill Belichick. This is a chance for Bill Belichick to like stamp another all-time great for the Patriots in his era with Christian Gonzalez. That is the type of ceiling that he has. This is an A+ pick. Oh my God. That's perfectly. I mean, you're going to be upset if you're Christian Gonzalez that you fell this far. You lost out a little bit of money, but you probably could not have gone to a better landing spot. As long as he buys into the Patriot way, this is an outstanding pick for the New England Patriots. I think, anyways. I think if you're a Pats fan, you're fucking loving this. This is what we are on a. I mean, I think Broderick Jones to the Steelers, right? But like, if you get rid of that Broderick Jones, I think Gibbs, Van Ness, McDonald, and I think there's going to be some Commander fans that are upset they went Forbes. Like, we are on a string of like head scratching picks. That is an outstanding one. That is a home run. Congratulations, dude. Detroit. I'll say this. If this was Detroit hoping to get that perfect roll of Gonzalez falling to the lap at 18, good. This is this is like your punishment. You know, it's an arrogance that I feel like sometimes needs to be punished. If they thought they had it all mapped out in their head that they would get Gibbs at 12 and then watch this, we're gonna make everyone laugh because we got Gonzalez at 18 anyways, the guy that we thought we had to get at 6. If they thought that, and then Bill Belichick came out of nowhere and got Chris Gonzalez, I feel pretty good about that. Like that's the karma Detroit gets, trying to manipulating the draft a little bit like that, and trying to throw smoke screens and shit. But that is a home run for the Patriots. GG's, Pat fans. So Detroit at 18. What do we got here? Man, honestly, I should be trying to follow along with my big board. So Will Anderson's gone. Bijan, Jalen. CJ Stroud's gone. Tyree. Manuel Fords. Manuel Fords was my 34th player in this year's draft, going at 16. I undershort him there a little bit. Everything else in line. So what do we got? Detroit, you're not going to go Brian Branch. You could go Nolan Smith. Jackson Smith and Jigba, any of the tight ends. Detroit can honestly go any of those tight ends. Joey Porter Jr. at corner. Not that bad of a pick. Trade rumors about DeAndre Swift is to Miami or Denver. Yep. Yeah, I guess. Exodia, watch my channel forever. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate everybody here stopping in. There are so many streams with so many more people that are more qualified than I am to talk about these players. And that you guys are deciding to chill out here. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. But I will say, with the closer that we are getting to the Philadelphia Eagles pick, Brian Branch still on the board, Nolan Smith still on the board, Jackson Smith and Jigba still on the board. There's a chance, man, that some magic could happen for the Eagles. But, okay, let's play this. Detroit at 18, where I would go. My big 3 is Nolan Smith, Michael Mayer, and Joey Porter Jr. Those would be my big 3 right now. I rated Darnell Washington my number 1 tight end, but I don't know, man. I like that. I like the upside, but I think maybe you just get the pro-ready guy, and that'd be Michael Mayer. Pick is in. Who do I have the Jags taking? Well, if the board stays somewhat similar, just judging by the players that we have left, Joey Porter Jr., if he's still there, you could go tight end if you're a little bit worried about only 1 year with Evan Ingram. I just think they're in a BPA type spot. If I'm the Jags, honestly, with some of these names still falling a little bit, it is what it is. Jack Campbell? Did they actually get Jack? If they got Jack Campbell, he was my number 15 player. I don't think there was a single content creator or draft person that had him that high except me. And if he goes fucking 18, there could be my lap right there at evaluation. All right, what do we got here? Come on, make the pick. Yeah, we got to get some of these Kit Kats out. It's that time where I'm just looking around and being like, man. Got the munchies. I know not to eat on camera. I'm going to mute my mic just for a second. And with pick 18, the Detroit Lions go Jack Campbell, linebacker out of Iowa. Maybe the most like, let's roast C4 on his big board from that video I dropped yesterday. I have Jack Campbell, and I have seen nobody else have him nearly this high. He was my 15th best player in this draft class. I thought, just old school style, modern day range, and literally I've been watching the NFL Network right now. He's Leighton Van Der Esch before all the injuries. Outstanding linebacker, great athlete, reads the game well. He's smart, has some upside as well. Like I think he's pro ready, and he has some more upside to go. Oh yeah, that's like your take the lap. I was a believer. I mean, already there's probably gonna be some people like I'm loading the fact that a player that I liked a lot more than everyone else, who almost like I think he was like some people had was like a second, third round grade. I'm reveling in the fact that he went this early. Justifies like what I saw and no one else really saw was kind of right, at least in line with the NFL teams. But then on the equal side, I bet there's a lot of Detroit Lions fans who are livid that they just drafted a linebacker at pick 18. So I'm going to grade it high because I like this player a lot. I'll give this a B+ for the Detroit Lions, and I think probably most Lion fans are probably going to give this like a C or something like that. But Jack Campbell, very, very good player. Him and Rodrigo. Did I have that in my last mock draft? I think I had the Lions getting him in the second round in my last mock. Him and Rodrigo, that's your linebackers for the next 5 years. All right, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are who do they get? Tampa Bay, they could go Brian Branch. This could be Brian Branch territory. This could be Will Levis. Get your quarterback. If Will Levis. Right? Gotta be. Will Levis is falling into your lap. All right, so for the Bucs at 19, is this where Will Levis' free fall stops? I mean, I'm lower. Will Levis is my 42nd player in this year's draft, and I would like be considering him here at 19. Wow, man, I would go Will Levis. Craig Reese going to say, love the channel. Has helped while standing and fighting. My master's family nurse practitioner. Graduate on Sunday. That is awesome, Craig. That is an underrated, underappreciated job. I assume you'd help with triaging and stuff like that. And I don't know, man. Awesome. Working, especially with family. I live in a spot where doctors and shortages and I don't know. I appreciate that area. That is awesome, man. Congratulations. And I hope you absolutely crush it wherever you end up. You don't pass on Will Levis because you have Baker Mayfield. I don't know. That's what I would say. I would say Will Levis. Deontay, I don't know. They wouldn't go corner. I'd say this is Will Levis or if they have Nolan Smith or Brian Brzee. And not Will Levis. They like Baker Mayfield more than they like Will Levis. They go Kalijah Cansey, D lineman from Pitt. That's interesting because don't the Bucs run a 3-4? So you're going to assume Kalijah Cansey is going to be a defensive end there. The reason why more teams were projecting him as a 4-3-3 technique because he has historically short arms. And that's just always a deficiency. That's always something that's going to work against an edge rusher. At least if you have, the shorter guys, you can work on the inside, working against the guards, work against the centers, guys that generally are way less, of an arm fighting than you say you're trying to come out the edge against tackles with 87-inch wingspans and shit like that. So yeah, you're going to have him a defensive end, I assume, and you're going to challenge that. You're going to put him maybe not his best spot. I did like the pro comp they're showing here on the NFL Network of Ed Oliver. Obviously a great athlete. Just I don't know, a little bit of a weird pick for the Bucs. Maybe a little bit of a reach as well. I like Cansey. He was my number 37 player in the draft class, so I had him as an early second-round talent. But, 19's not really a massive reach. But speaking of reach, that's the question mark about this. Is he going to excel, especially in a 3? They didn't change their scheme, right? Still got Todd Bowles there. I imagine that's how they're going to try to utilize him a little bit. Interesting how that one works. I'll give, again, I don't know, C+. Interesting pick. Craig, family nurse practitioners here work pretty much the level of practice doctors. Well, there you go, man. Awesome. You guys are, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I'd go as far to be like, you guys are heroes. But if you're on that line. So that's awesome, dude. Congratulations. We'll say you're here. You're a fucking hero, man. Without you, someone with a family, how hard it is. We had life. When I had my son, we didn't have a family doctor. There's a doctor shortage here. So, the value of people that work in family practices at all levels. Immense. Absolutely immense. And when you have one, and we got one now, luckily, the peace of mind is what you need. What do we got here? Very upset as a Lions fan. Could have had Gonzalez and Nolan Smith. Yeah, interesting draft from the Lions. I'll say that. Definitely not what I would have projected. Tom Wilson, as a Steeler fan, hope Levis falls today too. Why is that? Do you want him to Pittsburgh? You just don't want him in the division? Chargers take Jackson Smith and Jigba. They absolutely can. Well, I mean, Seattle on the clock now. I think this could be Nolan Smith territory. That's right. I'd probably say Nolan Smith. Could be Torrance. Build the offensive line there. Could be Miles Murphy. A lot of different options. So yeah, the forbidden one. Where do you think the Bengals go? Also, okay, I'll ask you 2 questions here. I think the Cincinnati Bengals right now, looking at the board, they're probably hoping that, I mean, they're going to have their pick at tight end. Maybe it's not the most sexy pick. I think a lot of Bengal fans are on the side of like, I'd rather not go tight end. But the fact that you're going to have your shot here at whatever tight end you want, that's going to be pretty enticing for the Cincinnati Bengals. And I think they should try to improve, especially with the guys available. If Michael Mayer's there, Dalton Kincaid's there, I think you feel pretty good about that. And you've been to Canada once, and I saw a moose. How common are they? Kind of common, but not super common. Like I can't remember. I remember we hit a moose. With my grandmother when I was a kid. I live more in the burbs, so like you don't see a lot of that stuff. But like I have seen them before in my life. I wouldn't say they're freakishly common, but yeah, and they're insane, absolutely insane. They're literally one of the animals that like you think about it, you're like, oh yeah, a moose. I know what a moose is. And then when you actually see a moose, you're like, holy fuck, this thing's like a dinosaur. JSN to the Ravens. I mean, if Jackson Smith and Jigba falls into the Ravens' lap, but I mean, again, you got to think: are they still working the phones? Are they optimistic that they'll get DeAndre Hopkins? Because if so, like that, maybe that's you go somewhere else there for your Baltimore. Maybe you try to improve the secondary. Maybe you try to get Deontay Banks. Still can't believe Carter fell that far. I mean, teams are scared of him, man. There's a lot of obviously things get leaked. But there's a lot of teams. I think it was Detroit said some things where it's just like it was an interesting interview with Jalen Carter. But I mean, also he got that fucking sleazeball agent, right? Rosenhaus. It wouldn't be too far beyond of them being like, hey man, just fucking tank these interviews so you go to Philly. Kind of. I don't know. It's weird, but I'm very happy he's a Philadelphia Eagle. This is like outstanding pick. That's saying they're basically cows. They're absolutely not basically cows. Like a moose, fucking moose is like if a moose stood up, it'd be like 20 feet tall. Like if you see some of these gigantic moose, like out west, in like Canada's Texas, if you will, like they're fucking like it's out insane. Like they kill people all the time. That's why like here in Canada, big 18-wheelers have like these absurdly Mad Max bumpers. Because like a fucking like if you're driving like a Prius, if you're driving a Tesla. A moose, if it falls on your car, it could crush the whole family. It's absolutely insane. Giants getting Jackson Smith and Jigba would be worst case scenario. I might like it. Do you think the Vikings could land Will Levis? That'd be a win. That would absolutely be a win. People were talking about, the big trades, and it was Arizona at number 3 looking to trade back. Minnesota was a popular team looking at trying to trade up, and we all assumed it would be for a quarterback. They could just sit there at 23 and have Will Levis. Maybe there's more questions than answers right now because why is Will Levis falling this far? Could be what some people think. Again, C4's 42nd overall player in this draft class. But, I mean, that absolutely will be in play for Minnesota. You don't have to worry about any of these other teams drafting him, I don't think. And once again, back up over 300 viewers. If you are just stopping by, if you subscribe, you can leave a comment in the chat about how you feel about your team's favorite picks. And all I ask is just hit that little thumbs up button. Hit the like button while you're here. Helps out the channel, helps out the stream. As we are into the second half, man, we probably got, another hour here. My voice isn't too shot. I still got another salad ready to go. Whole bunch of snacks. Haven't even dived into. Life's good, man. We're rocking and rolling here. Good stream, fun stream. Pretty funny that, 300 is pretty solid. It's a pretty solid number for me considering literally last time I streamed was the draft last year. So I appreciate it. Appreciate each and every one of you guys stopping in.
they ended up taking someone other than Jackson Smith and Jigba here.
Well, they were applauding there, and somebody's got a step ladder. I don't know what that means.
But he gets a card. That means it's a good player. If you're taking the card off the wall and it doesn't require a ladder, it's been a bad night.
Outstanding evaluation.
Tell you right now, number one C4 salad snack. Chocolate pretzels, my favorite. S tier, incredibly underrated. Pick 20, Seattle. I'm thinking Nolan Smith, got to be BPA here. But you could see them go Torrance. You could see them go Miles Murphy. I could see them go maybe Steve Avila. They want to shock the world. They could go JSN at slot wide receiver. Gives you a little bit more versatility with Tyler Lockett. I don't know. Fuck. I don't say screw it and get Julius Brents just because that's the corners that you hoard.
The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth.
And let's check up here with the Steve Austin knee brace.
Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth.
Man, that guy right there, number 3, he got so much swag.
These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect, integrity, resilience,
Shut up. Make the pick.
responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments and your
Oh man, those pretzels are good. I'm fucking dummy in that bag here.
selection. Please welcome Bethany Uribe. Go ahead, Bethany.
You might not see a grown man throw some furniture today, but you're about to see a grown man fucking throw back a bag of Hershey's cookie and cream pretzels.
NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson and Jigba.
Wow. The Seattle Seahawks go JSN. I think I actually had that. I mean, every content creator ends up making like 7 mock drafts. I had that scenario in a mock draft. I for sure would have had Seattle at some point going Jackson Smith and Jigba because it gives you a little bit more flexibility. Tyler Lockett, play him more on the outside, utilize that speed. Okay. This is a commitment to Geno Smith. I mean, at this point, honestly, if he's their highest graded player, Seattle is absolutely at pick 20 here, best player available. I'd give that an A-, B+, somewhere in there. Like, that's an exciting playmaker and another weapon. You have JSN, Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, Noah Fant, those, and an offensive line that's coming together there, and a run game with Kenneth Walker. Like, you are building an offense that is going to make life easy for Geno Smith. So I think they're doing that outstanding. I'd give that A-. I like that fit. Wow, man. Interesting. Thoughts on Jack Campbell? Kyle, miss my other take. Well, I'm saying right now, like you look at almost all these mock sites. I got an ad coming up here in 30 seconds. I'm going to try to get through it quickly. Well, like they had him as a second, third rounder. He was my 15th player in this draft class. I had him going like almost where he went. Old school built, 6'4", 250. Obviously, clearly going to be a Dan Campbell guy. Outstanding athlete. Like the agility numbers for a linebacker that big are better than the linebackers that are pretty much glorified safeties. So I think while you maybe question the value of a linebacker at that spot, I think he's an outstanding player. I think that's going to be a great pick. I'm going to like that pick a lot more than pretty much everyone else, and definitely Lion fans. Wow, man, JSN. That is. I don't want when you say that is interesting. Makes you like there's almost every vibe that I think that's a bad pick. But I think that's interesting. If that is their bet, like that clearly wide receiver 3, the third pass catcher on the offense, isn't the biggest need Seattle could have addressed there. But it is definitely an option. And if that BPA, that's their best player available. Easy first round grade for me. Best wide receiver in this year's draft class at pick 20. That's great value, man. All right, second, pretzel time. Well, to not just repeat myself, but is what it is to view this as an Eagle fan, that is a guy that I would have considered on my board for Philadelphia. Like, it would have been nice if he was still somehow there at pick 30. Would have been a good option. I guess so was also Jack Campbell. Jack Campbell was a guy that, like, he was, I don't know, I made, like, some tweet today, like, dream pick in the second round. I did have Jack Campbell there, so he's off the board. Wow, JSN is gone. What do you got up next? The Chargers. Could go edge. Could kind of draft like Howie Roseman and, you know, see the writings on the wall there with Khalil Mack a little bit. So you could go Miles Murphy or Nolan Smith. You could go wide receiver. Jordan Addison's still there. Jonathan Mingo. You could go Jonathan Mingo. You can go Quentin Johnson. Got Kyle in the chat there going Quentin Johnson. You could absolutely go that. I know I'm lower on him a little bit, but upside if he hits, definitely not a bad pick at 21. All right, let's see. Pick is in. Yeah, again, like I've seen tight end and wide receiver have been popular picks for the Chargers. What the fuck? Are those just straight up Seahawk fans? Like, I'm watching the NFL Network right now. They just have Jackson Smith and Digba shaking hands with guys in Seahawks. Like, is that what happens? If you go to the draft, you can just straight up dap up the fucking pick? Let me get there. Let me get out. I gotta get there. I'm gonna have to justify that as a tax write-off. I need to go shake Jalen Carter's hands. I need to see if he's gonna. I need to make sure. I'm gonna follow him home so he's not speeding. He's going the speed limit. That's what I would have done. I would agree to be the Eagles' chaperone of Jalen Carter in Kansas City till he got to Philly. All right. Eagles trade up for Nolan. Right now, I'm hoping. I mean, Nolan Smith. I'm liking the board here for Philadelphia. There's still a lot of picks, a lot of things could go wrong, but here we go. And the Chargers at pick 21 go Quinn Johnson, 6'2", 6'3", outside wide receiver out of TCU. This was maybe more than like a month ago. Before they seemed to commit again to Keenan Allen, running back with Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, wide receiver was a position that was very commonly mocked to the Chargers, and then kind of shifted to other spots, replacement running back and all that other stuff. But so not a surprise pick from the Chargers. Quentin Johnson, I'm a little bit lower on him just because there are so much Kevin White, a little bit to his game. He is my number 44 player in the draft. But definitely not a reach. I know that that's a little bit of a hot take, and most people do have him as a first, maybe early second round type pick, if not just an outright first round pick at wide receiver. So it's another weapon for Justin Herbert for sure. You're gonna have him on one side, Mike Williams on the other, and Keenan Allen in the slot. That is a very nice offense. That's a very competitive offense for the very competitive AFC. I'll give this a solid B, trending towards a B+ pick for the Chargers. Wow, man, we got any Chargers fans? How you feeling about that one? He's the same as Mike Williams. A little bit, I mean, somewhat. Mike Williams is more of a jump ball guy. Quentin Johnson is more of, I don't know, the way Quentin Johnson is kind of what people thought Laviska Shenault was going to be when they were mocking Laviska Shenault in the first round. I think he's the kind of guy that is underrated with the ball in his hands, like the yards after catch, versus someone like Mike Williams that's just an utterly dominant jump ball type receiver. But you obviously get some of that in Quentin Johnson's game, and I think in this year's draft class where there's so many of the top guys, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Zay Flowers, Josh Downs, like these, Jordan Addison, those guys there are likely going to, there's going to be slot guys for the most part. Someone like Quentin Johnson, the added value comes there where if he hits, he's going to be an outside guy. And outside guys are always going to be more valuable than slot wide receivers for most offenses in the NFL. So this is LA going all in on Justin Herbert, giving him the best possible offense. I think there's added value as well because Mike Williams can't stay healthy. Keenan Allen has struggled to stay healthy. So there have been injuries. That has been a banged up wide receiver room. And you got solid depth there. Josh Palmer, I think, is obviously a really good player. A little bit of Canadian bias in that one. But, I mean, this has been a position for the Chargers that they have struggled with depth. They got depth. They got a guy that can also start as well. It's not like he's going to be buried on that depth chart and not see the field as a rookie. So, yeah, I think, honestly, maybe I'd go back. And I think that's a solid B+. Uh-oh. Some of the old webcam here. How to fix the webcam? I don't know. I have an idea. But I also don't know if it's going to work. I'm going to remove the webcam. I'm going to add a video capture device. It is going to be my webcam. And look, it's still fucking like that, huh? Look at that. Look at that beautiful face. Of course, there had to be issues. Okay. Kind of, I mean, we could keep going. You don't need my face. I'd like to have my face out there. Let's try this. Let's try to be advanced. I'm going to go to my device manager. Fuck, man, I don't know. This is where I lose me. I had it set up. I can get it set up. Now that life without it being set up, this is lame. But also, put it this way, I know a fix. I bet you if I restarted the stream, restarted my computer, it'd probably work. Don't really want to do that. So, wonder if I can unplug the webcam and plug it back in. We're going to try that. I'm going to mute it because I'm probably going to be swearing trying to reach this fucking thing. But just a second, fellas. I have not gone anywhere. Oh, yeah, baby. We might be cooking with something here. Just give me a sec. Oh, that's what we gotta do. Ugh. Come on. Come on! Work! Overlay. Good. Boom. Add video. This may be jarring, but I hope this works. No! Why? Why is this still a thing? Can I just have this now and we'll just talk over it? Oh, why? Why are you not working? Hey, everybody. This is... Ah, fuck's sakes. All right, we're doing it live. We only get a couple more picks. God, sorry, fella. It's what happens, man. Haven't streamed in 365 days. These are the kinks that are unavoidable. Oh, man, I unplugged it and it did the beep, beep, beep. Like it clearly restarted. Still didn't work. Let's get back to the reaction. Well, I'm going to be Googling, just one second, how to fix this. Oh, man. All these things are saying, fucking reinstall OBS, like what I used to stream. Either way, let's go. We got to Zay Flowers. Oh! And the Baltimore Ravens. Guys, okay, this is going to be obviously a little bit weird. The stream, my webcam died during the stream for some reason. So this is my voice stream. But the Baltimore Ravens at 22 go Zay Flowers, which, he's the slot wide receiver. Don't think it's a reach. And I still think you absolutely could go out and get DeAndre Hopkins still in a trade. If you don't get DeAndre Hopkins, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, you could build around that. I got vibes, Zay Flowers, of a young Antonio Brown with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think he's a very nice player. He was my 40th player in this year's draft class. But it's help for the brand new franchise quarterback. Congratulations on paying Lamar Jackson. I'll give this a B+. Man, I still think, though, you think they still should be going after DeAndre, even with it. I still think, even after this, OBJ, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, could go, I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't go DeAndre Hopkins. Maybe, I just don't want DeAndre Hopkins to go to the Chiefs. Oh shit, there's literally a YouTube video. Webcam froze on stream. How to fix.
Hey guys, it is Silverbane Nate.
We might have a fix because I really want the face cam for the Eagles pick.
Quick thing we ran into today.
Give me one sec.
Streaming.
He's going to create a lot of separation. Watch him turn this defender inside out. And you can just see Lamar Jackson, who loves to throw the ball in the middle of the field, going back to his days at Louisville. He's going to be able to hit a lot of post routes down and over the top to Zay Flowers. He will fill that role, and he'll get a chance to learn from OBJ, too. Who, even though he's been injured, OBJ is one of the premier route runners we have in this league.
So, the Ravens do go wide receiver on the day they sign Lamar to that mega deal. Take it away, Melissa.
This is one excited guy right here, the newest member of the Baltimore Ravens. How does that sound to you?
That sounds great. That sounds excellent. I'm ready to get to work. Got the fan base out here. And let's go get some wins.
Big things happening in Baltimore. Of course, the news a couple hours ago.
Let's go, we're back! Webcam's obviously it's all janky right now.
Closing your live stream.
See if I can, oh,
For all
Jesus.
people out there who, get
Holy,
webcam
okay.
issue in the middle of the stream.
Oh, we back, baby.
Fix other issues as well. I haven't
Get this in
tested out
focus
anything
as much as
so
we
far,
can.
But,
That works a little bit. As you can see, my backdrop is still not ready. Let's configure this. Do this on the live here. Oh, thank you, this guy. Misfit Studios, 3,000 subs. It's a little high. Let's get a little lower here. Oh, yeah, we back. We never gone. There we go. Oh, we back. Shout out to this guy. Gotta make this fit now in the thing. Does that fit? No overlapping too bad. All right, we're good. We're back. Let's go. Not that faded. Troubleshoot like that on the fly. Woo! Okay. So now we're back. I mean, yeah, I didn't miss those picks. Run on wide receivers here. I guess the only question you have from that is the Ravens did, in my opinion, seem like the best fit to make a trade for DeAndre Hopkins. Does that still happen with Zay Fly? Like, are they giving up on Rashad Bateman? And if they, by going still after DeAndre Hopkins, that kind of be the case here. Minnesota, is this Will Levis territory? It's a pick in. All right, fix the webcam. We are back, YouTube. And pick 23 is up, and we're just going to hype this up almost every time until it happens. Is this where Will Levis goes? Look at Will Levis, man. I don't know. Have a better agent. Have an agent that straight up says you're not getting drafted in the first round, don't go. But I hope it's Will Levis. Because at this point now, I'm looking down as a Philadelphia Eagle fan. I want all the players that I don't even remotely want them to consider 30 to go between now and 30. As it stands right now, Brian Branch and Nolan Smith would be my top two. Maybe Joey Porter Jr. is an outside pick, potentially. I'm trying to think, what teams here could pick Nolan Smith and Brian Branch? Buffalo? You think, Buffalo's, thinks the value's too much, and they get their Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer get up there in age a little bit? I don't know. Maybe not, though, because they do have Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer. Let's see them fall. Man, Minnesota here. Let's talk about the Vikings. So, Will Levis. They could go corner. This could be Joey Porter Jr. Those would be my two picks. Maybe Deontay Banks as an outside shot, but I would say Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, Will Levis would be my three to consider. The Mayo Drinker. That would be annoying. I think if the New York Giants could absolutely go after Brian Branch, and that would be a pain in the ass as an Eagle fan, because that's definitely a guy that we would like to follow to us. They could reunite, though. Bama safeties, McKinney and Brian Branch back there. Solid safety room. David D'Angelo, Stetson Bennett will be a franchise quarterback to the team that drafts him. Found the Georgia fan in chat. Thank you for Jalen Carter. I wonder if Georgia fans that aren't super in the NFL are going to start cheering for the Eagles because we got Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, and Jalen Carter. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if we end up getting Stetson Bennett or something like that. The pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings at 23. I'd say, again, my prediction, Deontay Banks. It's not really a prediction. I'm giving three names here. Deontay Banks, Joey Porter Jr., could be Will Levis. Man, also, Brian Brzee fallen. He's my 13th player. So the pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings, and the run on what? The run on wide receivers continue. It was Will Levis. I thought they might go corner. Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks still on the board, and they go Jordan Addison, wide receiver out of USC. So you got your, not stylistically, but, you got your Adam Thielen successor, Jordan Addison, my number 26 player. So, I mean, he's kind of going in line with where I had him. Not the best athlete. You're getting a better football player, not a good athlete. So it's, that's I still got Brian Branch on the board. That's kind of his traits. Interesting. I don't think wide receiver was an overly popular pick to be mocking to the Minnesota Vikings, but you're getting a guy that's really, really solid. Really, really solid. I think he's kind of a safe pick. I think he's a guy with a high floor. Maybe, I don't know how high the ceiling's going to be, but a very high floor. And, I don't know, maybe there's a lot. I did see from my chat, seemed like Vikings fans kind of wanted Will Levis at this spot, but Jordan Addison gives you another weapon if they think Kirk Cousins can be the guy. And if Jordan Addison hits, you pair that with Justin Jefferson, that's going to be very, very tough. But ultimately, I'll give this a B-. I think this is like a whelming pick for the Minnesota Vikings, maybe not an outright home run. Indigenous nerd, scared of the run-on wide receivers. You know what? That could be true. They might have just got burned like they did when Philly got Devontae Smith and they had to get Kadarius Toney. They wait for the wide receiver. But, I mean, they could still, I don't want to speak it into a first round, but, like, you got Jonathan Mingo, Josh Downs. Those could be, game changers at wideout for Danny Dimes. Oh, they traded up. Interesting. Kyle Coyle. Addison reminds me of the kind of guy who plays like Ridley. Kinda. I think Ridley maybe a little bit more straight line speed. A little bit more of a guy that you trust getting downfield a little bit better. But, yeah, very similar body types. Both really solid wide receivers. Technically sound. Like, Calvin really wasn't like a speed guy. Wasn't like the track guy. Wasn't like the Jameson Williams. But he did. What do you bring? Like a low 4.4s, 4.3s, something like that. I want to remember. That's not a bad pick. You never have enough offense. And if you're the Minnesota Vikings and you're buying that Kirk Cousins can still be your guy, you need to compete in the NFC. And the NFC East, you got the Eagles, you got the Cowboys, you got every team that made the freaking playoffs. You got Dallas, you got Detroit, your own division, the Niners. You got to need able to score points. Jordan Addison is going to help them do that. But the Giants up on the clock. Interesting. I wonder who they leapfrogging. Joey Porter Jr. Is it a corner? I think Jacksonville would be. But again, it's just one of those things. I don't think Jacksonville would be dealing in the business we'll let this guy, let the Giants get the first corner before us. But look at value. Brian Branch is still there. Nolan Smith is still there. Osiris Torrance, I have him graded really high. They could go. That's my. I don't know. This is interesting. This is a very, very interesting selection here for the Giants. What it's going to be. But, it is NFC East pick. First one up here was Emmanuel Forbes. A little annoyed. Think he's a good player. But it wasn't I still think out of all the teams that have picked so far in the NFC East, it's the Eagles getting Jalen Carter is the big, oh shit of the draft so far. But let's see what the Giants do here. And then we got Dallas coming up in a second. The only thing I think is it's corner. Corner's where it's kind of fallen here a little bit. You got Joey Porter Jr. and Deontay Banks. But again, why would Jacksonville do that? Because I think the Jags should be in on a corner. They should have their pick of the top corners that are available. We gonna see. But I will say, with the board falling the way it is, I'd be a little bit frustrated if Howie Roseman trades out of the first round. Unless it's a really good haul and we're getting, a 2 and a 3 or something like that. It's looking like there might be a shot Brian Branch and or Nolan Smith are there. That's how Howie Roseman gets an A+ and not just a biased Eagle fan giving him an A+. If they get if they end this draft with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith or Brian Branch, that's home run. That's home run city right there. And knowing Howie Roseman, he's probably going to go with, how about this one? How about this one for you? I'm seeing a guy, I can't even pronounce your name. Philly needs to get Brian Branch. What if we get Nolan Smith and then trade for Budda Baker at that safety spot? Think about that. Think about that. Elijah Cansey get drafted. He did. He went to the Bucks. Right there, pick 19, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Earlier than I would have expected, but gambling that he could be whatever the next Aaron Donald, even though not really, but maybe he will be. I think the Cowboys go for Mayer. I think Mayer, Kincaid, whichever one they have grade the highest. I mean, which is annoying because that's going to be a guy again. I think that's going to be an upgrade over Dalton Schultz immediately. Either one of those players, and I mean Dalton Schultz was solid. He was a solid tight end, top 10 tight end, probably closer to 10 than he would be in that 6-7 range, but he's solid. What's up, Dark Side? Caster, man. Yeah, we're having a great stream going on. 3.5 hours here. Some fun reactions. No furniture thrown. Very happy with the Eagles selection so far. You take Swift in a third for the 30th? DeAndre Swift is not getting that much value. I would say right now, even if I'm an optimistic Lions fan, you're going to be lucky to get a third or fourth round pick for DeAndre Swift. Barely used him last year, and he can't stay healthy. I think there's a player in there. I'd love him on Philly, but he's a Philly kid. He's not. He doesn't have that much value. I'd say at the absolute most, he has a third round pick value. There's no second or one or anything like that. I'm not doing anything shady. And the Giants pick is in at 24. Didn't know what they were going to go. I thought there was a lot of different directions there. And they go Deonte Banks, the perfect 10 Raz corner into this year's draft class. Interesting. Both, I always want to take this as an Eagle fan as a sign of respect. Both the teams so far in the NFC East have gone ahead and be like, we got to figure out ways to stop the Eagles. And you do so by adding some corners. Emmanuel Forbes going to the Commanders. Now Deonte Banks, a ridiculous athlete at the cornerback spot. Needs a way to go technically. Needs to get refined a little bit, but the high ceiling is there. Legit first round. He's my 33rd player overall in this draft class. So, he's going right in the bubble, right in the kind of the range, the high end of where he could go. As a great athlete for the New York Giants on the back end. Solid pick. I'd give this a strong B. And given his ceiling, could very well be even underselling it a little bit. That's interesting. Man, Joey Porter Jr. falling. He could be in play for the Eagles, honestly. That might be, if he's their best player available. But I could see, I like seeing what Mako said. Steelers could trade up. You have the second pick in the first. That could be something I do with Philly. Give me pick, whatever. The Steelers had the first pick in the second round. Give me the first pick in the second round and a fourth round pick. Give me back what I traded to go get Jalen Carter or something like that. That could be definitely something that they consider. But now, again, you're going to have to overpay. I almost think now it's going to cost more to trade. It might even be more than a fourth because you are not only trading back into the first round, you are trading for that fifth-year option, which is incredibly valuable, and I don't think you're going to get away getting that for free. So the Buffalo Bills have traded with the Jags. Bills are coming up. That is interesting. Who would they be coming up for? Torrance? You can go Nolan. I got Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, Brian Brzee. You could... Trenton, a linebacker? Trenton Simpson, Drew Sanders. They could. Bills could go Porter, but you got Tre'Davious White, clear outside corner. You drafted Kyer Elam early last year to be an outside corner. And I think Joey Porter Jr., I don't think he really has a skill set to kick in the slot. I don't know if you want to move Trey White into the slot. I mean, it could. Buffalo. I mean, I don't know, man. This is a very interesting selection. They could go Nolan Smith. I mean, you for the Buffalo Bills, like how many years are you going to be burning on trying to find a pass rusher? Like, I think you got some guys that you might want to try to develop a little bit more. But I could definitely see Sean McDermott falling in love with the player with the traits of a Nolan Smith because it's a ball of clay. You could probably mold him into a bunch of different roles on a defense. But I'd say interesting, man. I don't know who this is going to be. The Buffalo Bills have traded out to pick 25. The Jags just keep trading back. I have no idea who this could be. Like Osiris Torrance at guard is a big need. You still got Nolan Smith there, Brian Brzee there. If they want to keep just swinging resources at pass rush, they could go corner. I don't know, man. Let's see. Dalton Kincaid, they got jumped. They just gave them the old Dallas Goedert. But yeah, if it is they're it's got to be Mayer. If this pick at 25 is Dalton Kincaid, if you're Dallas, I'd honestly, you got to be bummed because I mean maybe that was who Dallas had as their tight end one, Dalton Kincaid. I mean his comp is Zach Ertz, but I don't think the discrepancy, the difference between him and Michael Mayer is overly significant. So I mean this is good for Philadelphia though. These teams are battling out for tight ends, a position that we're not even going to consider until day 3. Man, I will say, Biff, I was looking online. I thought about it. Oh, no, not the webcam again. Fuck. I know how to fix it, though. I know how to fix it. Yes. I don't know if this is going to be... It's clear... Man, I tell you right now. I don't know shit about computers. But when I built my computer, my brother said the one thing that might lack are like the power to my USB ports. I didn't really think that was that big of an issue, and then except literally all of my things for my work and my job go through USB ports. So I mean, maybe it's just timing out there a little bit, but anytime it pops, I think we got to fix it, baby. But yeah, we back for the time being. Man, run on tight end. I mean, again, I don't know. If I'm Dallas, you take this as a fuck you because Buffalo just leapfrogged you to grab a tight end. You're like, well, fuck, we're not getting we're not going to look like we just got jumped for a tight end. But like, I'd still perfectly fine running Michael Mayer at 26, day 1 starter for them at tight end up to the board. Unless like the Dallas Cowboys are just in love with like Peyton Hendershot to take the next level. I think Will Levis is certainly fought, but I think obviously if he passes New Orleans could be in on Will Levis. But I think you're going to have teams that want to trade up in the first round. They're going to be calling KC. They're going to be calling Philly. They might even be calling Cincinnati. They might be calling Jacksonville at the rate that they're trading to get that 5th-year option. That 5th-year option for Will Levis is now increasingly valuable. So I think you might need to do it. I would have loved that, Jerry. How about Dallas draft Will Levis? All right, so at pick 25, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end from Utah. So they pulled what the Philadelphia Eagles did 5 years ago. 6 years? 5 years ago? When they leapfrogged Dallas for Dallas Goedert. It was like, pretty much a lock. Dallas was sitting there waiting for Dallas Goedert. Philly went, nah, fuck you. Jump ahead of you. Got him. Buffalo just might have done the exact same thing. I don't know. I mean, Michael Mayer's still there. Maybe Michael Mayer all along was Dallas's tight end one. And they're like, whatever. That wasn't our guy. But I like to think it's just trying to be a little chaotic that the Bills just leapfrogged him and Dallas is absolutely pissed because they wanted Dalton Kincaid. I mean, he still can just get Michael Mayer here, which I kind of think is a layup for the Dallas Cowboys. So they wanted to go tight end. But Dalton Kincaid to the Bills, I mean, if their plan is to run a lot more 12 personnel, they see the success Kansas City has, and you're going to have Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox out there, I mean, that could be pretty dangerous. And I mean, if they viewed this not so much as like, a tight end, but we have Dawson Knox, if they just viewed this as Dalton Kincaid is the best receiver available, regardless of position, to help out that offense, it kind of makes some sense. But obviously, maybe not a home run pick for the Buffalo Bills. There's going to be people screaming that they should have just got another pass rusher, or they could have went to the secondary, or should have beefed up the offensive line. But, I mean, it's not a brutal pick. I'd say this is probably a B, maybe trending towards a B-, but I'll give it a B. I would love Dallas to draft Will Levis. But I think if you're Dallas, easy pick. They're running the clock. I think if this was like they wanted Michael Mayer all along, this pick would have been in quick. I'm here for the chaos. I'm here for the absolute chaos if they go Will Levis. That would be my favorite thing. I would like Dallas. I want to see Dallas here at 26 go Will Levis. Like that, I would like them going Will Levis. I'd get more enjoyment out of them drafting Will Levis here than I think I did with Jalen Carter going to the Eagles. Please, come on, Jerry. Come on. Spice the draft up a little bit. Yes, Kyle. I was never the biggest David Akers fan, but he definitely got some style points when he announced that pick during the draft. This pick is taking so long. Maybe they're trying to trade back. Dallas could be a team that might want to look back to see if they can entice whoever wants to come up and get Will Levis and that fifth-year option. Maybe that's why it's taking so long. But, I want to ask this to you guys. If someone was going to trade back up into the first round to get Will Levis, who? Like, could you have an outside team like the Rams? Could the Rams just, everyone just assumes the Rams are going to get Caleb Williams or something next year and suck? Could the Rams just come out of nowhere and do it? Could you see Seattle? Could you see Vegas? Could you see Tennessee? Tennessee, maybe? You could go Detroit. You could, Detroit. Especially if Dan Campbell was, loved him, fell in love with him during the interviews. Minnesota, for sure. New Orleans. I still think he could go New Orleans, right? I don't know though. Maybe that's not fair to Derek Carr, but I always view Derek Carr as a Band-Aid. If you view Derek Carr as a Band-Aid quarterback, Will Levis might make sense there, but I don't know. Come on, Jerry, make the pick. Jerry, it's past his bedtime, man. He fell asleep. It's actually getting very late. I think the draft last year finished at 12:30. I think we're going over this year. I gotta be up at 6:30. Take my kids to school. Come on, beat. East Coast people get shafted, all things football related, with these time zones and start times and run times.
And you're seeing all these playoff teams in the AFC in the 20s. Offense, 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 offense. It's a different brand of football in the NFC right now.
Like the old NBA and ABA.
Handshakes all around at the start, and backslapping and general hoopla within the draft room of the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know why Nolan Smith keeps jumping out at me too right here too, right? Just
He's a fastball.
put him on.
Man, if they go Nolan Smith and Micah Parsons would be very annoying.
Terrific players for the Dallas Cowboys.
Might help you run down Jalen Hurts. Get a couple of guys out there that can run.
They were not good against the run last year in Dallas. 22nd in the league.
And the Dallas Cowboys, as we all know, it appears they have moved on from Zeke.
I also, I'm not looking at the chat right now because this is an authentic one. You gotta give Dallas the authentic reaction. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that I'm worried, but like Dallas generally has got a lot of players that I like, that I'm usually higher on. I usually end up liking the Dallas Cowboys drafts. So I mean, if that in mind, Michael Mayer would be annoying here. Nolan Smith would be annoying here. Brian Brzee would be personally annoying here. I'd like this to be a dumb pick. I'd like Dallas right now to go Will Levis. I'd like them to go, I don't even know, Keely Ringo. Come on. Mess this up, Jerry.
Were available for them, and they jumped the line for the Cowboys to get Dalton Kincaid. We assumed they would have snagged Dalton there, but what was the plan B for Dallas? We're about to find out that pick as Jacksonville begins its third.
I like that what Rich Eisen just said. What is the plan B for Dallas? I'm going to steal that.
With the pick of the Dallas Cowboys here in Kansas City. Coming up on the stage, there he is. As promised.
All right, we got the Dallas Cowboys pick here at 20. They go Mazzy Smith. Oh, no. I didn't even have him in my top 50 players. I think he's probably my top 75. You got a nose tackle. You got a guy that, all right, could have been worse. Could have been worse. Maybe not people that are smarter than me, people that do full time. Like, Mazzy Smith has been in that bubble of first round conversation. Powerful player. But, this is a win. There's other players I was a lot more worried Dallas could get at 26. If they got Nolan Smith to pair with Micah Parsons, that'd be terrifying. If they got Michael Mayer at tight end, that'd be very annoying. If they got any of these other like high ceiling edge rushers, if they got, a Miles Murphy, BJ Ojolari, that'd be annoying. The run stop. He could be good. Maybe he's just a guy I'm lower on. I give that C+. You know what's funny? Different roles. We got Jalen Carter. They got Mazzy Smith. You know what though? he was number one on Bruce Feldman's freaks list. He kind of just he maybe just didn't get to show it all off here during the workout. I know he's banged up. He did put up like 34 reps on the bench press. But I just think at the end of the day, that might not even be a bad pick. He might be like a really nice run defender for them. I just think out of all the things Dallas could have got there with the board remaining, I think just generally going a run defender, that's going to be a win. But weren't particularly good at stuffing the run. I think Daniel Jeremiah said they were 22nd in the league against the run. So if that's clearly an area of concern, if you're looking right now and you're Dallas at 26, this makes me think very much so that they just got leapfrog for Dalton Kincaid, which is hilarious. But if you're Dallas and you're just like, all right, we can't get our tight end. We didn't get the tight end we wanted. We don't want to go with the consolation prize. So what else? Our run defense sucked. And Mozzie Smith very reasonably could be their number one guy to fix the run defense at this spot. So there you go. Jacksonville on the clock. They could go Torrance. Stay local. I'd think if I'm Jags, I'd go Brian Brzee. Get a nice 3 technique. They just paid Devon Hamilton big money. This would be my Brian Brzee selection. If the Eagles take Torrance with Brian Branch or Nolan Smith, I'm going to... Here's the thing. And I've said this, I was even going to have to remind myself. You have to convince myself. I don't truly believe it, but you have to convince yourself at this point. If at any point Philly makes and drafts an offensive lineman that you're not happy about, I think just knowing that this is a guy Jeff Stoutland demanded Howie Roseman get should make you feel somewhat okay. You don't have to love the pick. You don't even have to like the pick. But I think any Eagles lineman pick earns the benefit of the doubt from Jeff Stoutland to be like, there's no way that's going to be a bad pick. That being said, there's a reason why we drafted Cam Jurgens in the second round last year. We need to trust that Jeff Stoutland knows that this guy's going to be a great player and trust him to develop him as our right guard this year. Put some faith in Jeff Stoutland to get him there. So Jacksonville here at pick 27. O-line, I'd say O-line, D-tackle. I'd say Brian Brzee would be my favorite option. You could go Cyrus Torrance. You could go DeJuan Jones. You could go Anton Harrison. You could shock the world, go Cody Mock, go small school player. But I think right now, if I was Jacksonville, I'd go Brian Brzee at D-tackle. That defense ain't scaring anybody. Help them out. Anton Harrison, huh? Word on the street might be an Anton Harrison link. Okay. Not crazy. He replaces Jawan Taylor. Not a bad pick, if that's what comes through. My number 46 player in the draft class. Man, people are very scared of Brian Branch's athletic ability. Seeing him fall. I think, put all things equal, I think Nolan Smith would be the pick here for the Eagles, and it is looking kind of likely that he's going to be available there, if that's what they want. But we'll get to that. We still got a couple more picks, a couple teams. I can see Cincy going, adding some more speed to the defense. I think Brian Branch, at this point, Brian Branch will be available to the Eagles. Not so sure about Nolan Smith, not a lock. Plus, I can see someone trading up for Nolan Smith because that 5th year of his development as a player that many assume needs it. All right, the Jacksonville Jaguars. On the clock at pick 27, they go Anton Harrison, the tackle from Oklahoma. So this is going to be their Jawan Taylor replacement. Plug and play them at right tackle. And yeah, you know what? It's kind of, what Doug Peterson must have brought with him from the Philadelphia Eagles is you build within the trenches. Even though I personally might want Brian Brzee here, which is still kind of obeying that mantra a little bit. Anton Harrison helps protect Trevor Lawrence. And clearly that is your franchise quarterback. So not a bad pick. Maybe not a sexy pick. But Jacksonville, it's definitely an area that they could have easily, it was for me, it was definitely a trenches pick. So I'll give them a B plus on this one. So we're at this point. We're a couple more picks. Who do you think, or what do you guys think? Try to be unbiased, too, because I guarantee if you're a fan of a team, you don't like their picks, you're going to say it. Worst pick of the first round. What has been the worst pick we've seen tonight? In terms of reaches, if we're going to classify that, in terms of players that are quite the reach, I happily say for me, it was Mozzie Smith to the Dallas Cowboys at 26. But in terms of value, in terms of like, that's what you did. I mean, yeah, you got to look at the Jets getting Will McDonald. You could say I'm going to see a lot of people saying Campbell for the Detroit Lions going linebacker at 18. Maybe Jahmyr Gibbs. Green Bay going Van Ness. That's a spicy pick. Seeing lots of Gibbs, man. Jahmyr Gibbs, the faith is not there. Cincinnati's pick is in. I can already feel my voice getting ready to get shot here. Next commercial break, I'm actually probably going to go pause and get a drink of water. I'm going to be lively for that Eagles selection. All right, Cincinnati, let's talk about it. What are we thinking? Tight end? They go Michael Mayer? Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington. Joey Porter Jr.? Do they go corner? Are they sick of Eli Apple? It's going to be interesting. All I'm seeing right now, though, think about my Eagles. Get Nolan Smith, trade for Budda Baker. I'm good. That's all we need to see. Don't care what picks cost to get Budda Baker. Let's get that done. So the Cincinnati Bengals at 28. Talking about it in the chat. We're like, tight end? Could this be Michael Mayer? Could it maybe be a corner, Joey Porter Jr.? They go Myles Murphy, edge rusher from Clemson. Value, according to my big boy, he was my number 20 player in this year's draft class. You're gambling on he's a developmental edge rusher. He's going to be a guy that has just rare athletic ability, rare athletic traits, but has struggled to kind of put that together with production, which is kind of like the common theme of all the edge rushers that are still currently available here into the late first round. But, I mean, when you're a team like Cincinnati, I mean, maybe the argument can come for the Bengals. If you went with a different area, you might get someone that will get on the field sooner to help you guys get over that hump in the AFC. Does Myles Murphy do that as a rotational pass rusher? Maybe not more so than other players that are available, but it's a high upside edge rusher, man. Those are the guys you draft in the first round, and I think that's solid value there for the Bengals. I'll give that B+. I'd say right now for the Eagles, it's Brian Branch, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., I guess, if that's how I was going to break it down. Is Myles Murphy better than Will McDonald? I think Will McDonald is better now, but Myles Murphy has a higher ceiling. So, I think Will McDonald will be a guy this season for the Jets, even though it's still a weird pick for them. I could see him getting 7, 8, 9, maybe even flirt with double-digit sacks if he gets the right amount of snaps. But you look at someone like Myles Murphy, he's got to take a little bit to get there. He might be a guy that might get you 2, 3 sacks, but shows lots of flashes. All right, we got the New Orleans Saints on the clock. QB, this is unless someone's trading up, this is really the only other team that could go quarterback. But, I mean, with all the hoopla of the Derek Carr signing, I don't know if they're going to welcome that storyline. Will Levis falling into the second round, though, man. C4 Adam was a second rounder, my 42nd player in this year's draft. And I mean, even though I had Brian Branch at 9, I knew he wasn't going to go top 10. It wasn't like I projected him to go top 10 after he tested kind of, above average as an athlete. Those guys, tend to slip a little bit. And it's safety. It's a spot that is not overly valued in the NFL. And I hate that because every year the top safety, like Jalen Petrie, like look what he did for the Texans defense. Look what Kyle Hamilton did for the Ravens defense. Like a good safety is a great player, a very impactful player. It's not like a position that you can mask, not like a position you can hide. So, I mean, it is one of the positions that's weird that got devalued over time. But I think Brian Branch, wherever he ends up, whenever he goes, is going to be a top 10 player in this year's draft class. You got Nolan Smith there still. That's the big one for me. Not to keep talking about the Eagles, but we're so freaking close. Nolan Smith would be my guy, and then just be optimistic that you can get Budda Baker. C4, do you have any opinions on Cedric Tillman? Cedric, I was lower on him than most. He made my top 15 wide receivers, but some people have him as top 10. I think he's solid. Obviously, he was a little bit more involved 2 years ago than he was last year because Jalen Hyatt kind of broke out there. I just think, solid. Just a solid. Maybe nothing too crazy. I like A.T. Perry a little bit more. I had A.T. Perry as my number 10 wide receiver in this year's draft class. Just really good length, proven ability on the outside. Great jump ball. I think he can fill his frame a little bit more, become a little bit more of adds a little bit more bulk, might help him be a little bit more of a possession wide receiver at the next level. I like him. Brian Branch is a younger Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I mean, stylistically, absolutely. Athletically, honestly, yeah, I mean, CJ wasn't a ridiculous athlete. But again, I won't be pissed with Brian Branch because obviously it's incredibly optimistic and naive to assume that, like, oh, yeah, we'll just get Budda Baker. But I would love almost the intent that, like, if we have top safety, top edge, we go top edge. Is that because how he thinks he can get Budda Baker? At least it gives you that sense of optimism, whether it's false or not. We don't know. That, like, oh, yeah, Budda Baker. We didn't go safety here because we're going to get Budda Baker. So that makes the draft a little bit more exciting for the Eagles. But, I mean, also, you could still get Brian Branch and Budda Baker. Terrell Edmonds is only on a 1-year deal. I'd go Brian Branch and Budda Baker every day of the week as my safety duo.
Appreciate it. Ian right there. Handshakes all around in the New Orleans draft room. And I mean, I kind of, over the years of the draft, always enjoy seeing the genesis of a pick. Like, why is New Orleans picking 29th overall? This pick belonged to San Francisco, which, as we all know, lost in the NFC Championship. This was the first round pick that they sent to Miami for the right to move up a couple years ago to get Trey Lance. And Miami took the one and flipped it to Denver to acquire Bradley Chubb. And Denver flipped it to New Orleans to sign Sean Payton as their new head coach. And that's why the Saints are on the clock right now.
Rich, this is why every year
Yes,
you're brilliant at this, and you essentially do Schoolhouse Rock with draft picks,
I do.
right?
I'm just
Where it
hooking
all
up
started, take us through, and how I got there.
I'm just hooking up words and phrases and draft picks. That's all I'm doing.
Watching you guys have such a moment while listening to Salt and Pepper just feels right. I'm just telling you that right now.
Great point.
Yes, indeed. Roger Goodell with the Saints draft choice.
with the 29th pick in the 2020.
Good pick, man. He is my number 13 player in the Just a sec. Of course. Fade it, bro. Fade it. So the New Orleans Saints try this again. Select Brian Brzee, the defensive tackle out of Clemson. Makes sense. Kind of was my prediction here a little bit. I've always commonly mocked them. Kalijah Cansey at the 3 technique spot. Brian Brzee now easily the top. I don't even think there's going to be an argument. Who else could be the top 3 technique available still on the board? He's my 13th rated player in this year's draft class. Love the fit for the New Orleans Saints. I mean, again, kind of just saying maybe, this could have been Will Levis territory, depending on how view the longevity of Derek Carr. But I love this selection. Brian Brzee, that's A+. Great value, high ceiling. I think he also can help contribute as a rookie. Oh, no, my stream died. Okay, here we go. Eagles on the clock. We back. Nolan Smith. Please, Nolan Smith. My prediction, I want Nolan Smith.
To them and Jalen Carter, 9th off the board.
Chad is closed. I don't want the spoilers. Got to be Nolan Smith, though. Nolan Smith and Brian Branch are also my 2 best players still available. Nolan Smith is my 12th ranked player in this draft class. Brian Branch is my 9th ranked player. So, the 2 favorites to go to Philadelphia both would represent insane. It's going to be A+ if they get either one of them. Where could Howie Let's play this one. Who could Howie pick that would make me mad at this point? I would say, honestly, trading down at this spot would be kind of annoying because those are 2 players that we absolutely, as a fan base, would love. I still think tackle, if they like a DeJuan Jones, Matthew Bergeron. I saw a couple sites just saying that, throwing that. I didn't want to think about it, but Matthew Bergeron, even though he's a Canadian, I just hate alignment at 30. Like a Steve Avila, Osiris Torrance, that'd be pretty annoying. But again, if we go lineman, put it this way, we'll just say that Bergeron might be like the most outside annoying surprise pick. It'd still be like, oh, so Jeff Stoughton thinks this guy's going to be an animal. Let's see it. It's at pick 30. We got the first pick right, and given how he's done over the last little bit, this will be the pick that he could potentially botch. That will almost we give him a little bit of a good grace on it. But also, if he doesn't mess it up and we get Brian Branch or Nolan Smith, how can you not, even me as biased as an Eagle fan, not give them an A+ if they get one of these guys that's falling down the board here? Joey Porter Jr. could be interesting. 3rd corner, develop him, have him be the developmental guy behind Slay and Bradbury, especially if one of those guys go down. Corner depth is an issue for the Philadelphia Eagles. Wouldn't hate Joey Porter Jr. here as an outside shot. B.J. Ojulari could be another pick I would not hate. If they love Julius Brents as a developmental guy, maybe they view him as a potential safety. Wouldn't hate that. I would put Adebaware as a pick that I would be like, maybe a little bit underwhelmed with. Keely Ringo, again, if they want that development, they think they can get the next. Oh, they're clapping. They're clapping, but it doesn't look super exciting. Okay, who's that guy? Oh, that's Singleton. Is that the running? You always want to look who's the most excited, and it looks like it's Sean Desai. That's him in the middle. This is going to be defense. I'm not seeing Jeff Stoutland anywhere. There's going to be a defensive pick. I'm going to say Nolan Smith. I'm reading that room. As someone that lives and breathes Philadelphia Eagles, that's reading this room, no spoilers. All right, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. We're recording this for YouTube's final pick. This is going to be going up as a live reaction. Right now, there's still 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go for the Eagles pick. I'm looking. They're showing the draft room right now. And it looked like Sean Desai, the defensive coordinator, was the most excited. So I think it's going to be someone on the defensive side of the ball. Both Brian Branch and Nolan Smith are available. I'm talking about this in chat. I feel like you go Nolan Smith here, and it gives you the optimism that, like, how he's working on Budda Baker at safety. There's a reason why he didn't go Brian Branch here. Is because he thinks that that's going to be the safety of this Eagles team for the future. So you go Nolan Smith here, a guy that, some people had him potentially going at 10 to the Philadelphia Eagles. He comes in right away. You can play him both with Hassan Riddick. I think there's ability there to develop into like a linebacker and not just an edge rusher because the athletic ability is so absurd. But ultimately, he's going to be the depth behind Hassan Riddick in that role as a pass rusher from that role. And he's incredibly unique in terms of like Swiss Army knife. I think he could develop into for this defense. But then also in the same vein, I think this should be Nolan Smith. If it's Brian Branch, Brian Branch is my number 9 player in this year's draft class. He's going to be instantly a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on a rookie deal. I wouldn't be mad at it whatsoever. And he'd start. He would be a day one starter. Nolan Smith would come in as a rotational guy, as a depth guy, unless they get really creative with him with a linebacker to get him some reps with the Kobe Dean. Maybe they do that. But I think, if they, and that's still the player I think has the more upside at this point. But and you pair that with the Budda Baker hopes and dreams and hopefully no nightmares on that. But if you go Brian Branch, it's a day one starter. We're getting a guy that is going to be penciled in as a starting safety at pick 30, at the tail end of the draft. A guy that most people, he's the guy that's falling right now. He's the guy that everyone's like, when is he going to get drafted? Because they have him as like a top 30 player, top 15 player, top 20 player. So let's see what happens here for the Philadelphia Eagles. They're making us wait. Come on, man. Jalen Carter and Brian Branch. Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. Let's be a little bit of a negative Eagles fan. Who would I hate at this point? Guys that I would hate? There's not really any. I'd be underwhelmed with an offensive line pick right now. You could go Cyrus Torrance. You could go Steve Avila. You could go DeJuan Jones. You could go, Cody Mock. Lyman would be annoying. I think Keely Ringo, Adebaware would be an annoying pick. Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, either one of those would be awesome. My prediction, my hope, 1A of that 1A, 1B is Nolan Smith. Who the hell are these guys? It's Kelsey's mom. And I don't know who these other 3 people are. Some guy's holding like a big, what is that, a plate? Man, what are these guys? They got fancy microphones, like the ones that like you look like you're working a drive-thru. Dude Perfect. They went with Dude Perfect over me for the YouTube quota for announcing the Eagles selection. This is so dumb. They're having like Dude Perfect do a coin flip with Travis Kelce on one side, Jason Kelce on the other. And, yeah, for sure dumb. This is something that came up by somebody that has no ties to football. They don't care about football. And they just thought this would be an awesome segment. And couldn't be any worse. So the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 30 make the announcement. I'm not looking at the screen. I saw it pop up. Nolan Smith! Let's go! We are the Georgia Bulldog. Hey, you know what? Let's just take the greatest defense of all time in college and just keep drafting all their players. Nolan Smith, my number 12 player in the draft. A guy that, developmental for sure. right? I don't know when, where, how he sees the field as a rookie for the Philadelphia Eagles. But the upside, the high ceiling is absolutely ridiculous. His pro comp is Hassan Riddick. He's going to be the depth behind Hassan Riddick. He's going to play with Hassan Riddick. You could utilize him for his pursuit. Just a ridiculous athlete, man. 5-star recruit. I love it, man. That is not a lot of production. If you're going to look at a knock, not a lot of production. Doesn't have elite length. 6'2", 230, 240. And just obviously it's Georgia. Georgia's one of those teams that's it's tough to get a lot of projection for how much they rotate. What happens when your entire depth chart is 5-star type players? But what a draft for the Philadelphia Eagles. If I told you yesterday Philadelphia is getting Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, you'd be like, how many first-round picks did we give up in future years to land that type of draft haul? That's awesome, man. I honestly just want how are they going to utilize him. I almost feel like it's not fair just to assume that he's going to come in as the backup Sam linebacker with Hassan Riddick. You got to find a way to get this guy on the field. I think they will find a way to get this guy on the field. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean. Wouldn't be surprised if we end up Keely Ringo at some point tomorrow. I love it. And what this also says to me, for the people that were very much screaming, pounding the table, this needed to be Brian Branch. Brian Branch would have been also an excellent selection. This is A+ for Philadelphia. Brian Branch would have been an A+ for the Philadelphia. Brian Branch would have started next season as a rookie for the Philadelphia Eagles. But until he's drafted, he could still be an Eagle. Philly could trade up, try to be aggressive and get him. But I would like to think, optimistically, maybe because we've had our salads here tonight, that the Nolan Smith selection here was because Howie Roseman was like, I'm good. I think I know what I'm going to do to fix our safety room. I think there's a certain unhappy safety in Arizona named Budda Baker who would love to be in Philadelphia, and that's what he's going to work on. So, that's the blind faith that I'm hoping, that Philly is going to finish this draft like we had last year with Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. We're going to finish this draft day 1, day 2, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Budda freaking Baker. We got the Kansas City Chiefs next up on the clock, but absolute home run. Eagle fans out there, how do you feel? What do you grade in this draft? I know that I got a lot of people in chat right now watching this that aren't going to be Eagles fans. They're unbiased, and even they're saying, the rich get richer. How did the rest of the NFL allow these types of players to become available to the Philadelphia Eagles? I'm biased, and I'm giving these both A+. These are both players that I would have been happy with at the end of the day at pick 10, and we're able to get both of them and, didn't have to give up and sacrifice big-time future assets to make sure that we attain these two players. And also, at the tail of that, what do you think about the scenario? Would you want to trade up for Brian Branch tomorrow if he falls past the Kansas City Chiefs here at pick 31? Are you going to buy into the fact and just manifest in your brain that a Budda Baker trade is going to happen between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Arizona Cardinals? Because there is definitely some smoke and some connection right there. So hopefully Jonathan Gannon puts in a good word and actually gets that trade through, because that would be absolutely absurd. But I am so stoked to add 2 Georgia defenders to the Eagles. Outstanding draft from Howie Roseman again. Building back on that faith. That's been the knock on Howie Roseman, right? Can't draft. He's on a hot streak, man. An absolute heater. 3 drafts in a row. I think he's done an outstanding job. Let's do it, man. Let me know what you guys think about it in the comment section below. As always, all that good stuff. Like, subscribe. I'll see you on the next one. See you tomorrow. More picks. How are we feeling, man? We got a lot of Eagles guys. Just 1 second. I got to upload that video real quick. Hey, the last time we were kind of having a chat, we were saying who has the worst draft. Who is the worst pick? Who do you think has had the best draft so far? You know what I'm going to say is Philadelphia. If I'm saying not Philadelphia, how can you not admire what the Texans did? C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, regardless of what you think about C.J. Stroud, still an incredible quarterback prospect, and you get the best player in the draft. I like it. I almost want to say I like it a lot. But you almost gonna say, I think you could always make the argument that Philly's pretty close if it's not there, because I mean you're gonna value quarterback and Will Anderson more so than a developmental guy and Nolan Smith. They got better players because they drafted them at 2 and 3. But I think given what they had to give up to secure that as their draft haul, you can make the argument for the value that Philadelphia got. You might want to give them the advantage there. Pick is in. Think people like Seattle? Seattle's getting some love. Kansas City. I don't know. They could go all over the place. They go offensive line. You go Josh Downs. You go Michael Mayer and just, stack that with Travis Kelce. Eagles got best value. You think Brian Branch, the Chiefs, what's their safety room looking like? I know they lost Juan Thornhill. I mean, maybe that's good value. Brian Branch, my number 9 player, still available. They could go O-line or Cyrus Torrance, but I think they're pretty good. Their guard spots, Joe Tooney, and Trey Smith. You could probably maybe kick Trey Smith out to one of the tackle spots. Kick Trey Smith out to right tackle, and then go Cyrus Torrance at right guard. Cyrus Torrance, guess what he's never done? Given up a sack. 0 sacks allowed in his college career. They could go, I can see them just going edge rusher here. Adebaware. BJ Ojulari. Man, I'm just looking here. Nolan Smith on the Eagles. Hey, anyone can bust. Anyone can hit. No one's gonna know for a couple years, but I like the chances of Jalen Carter not being a complete head case and Nolan Smith using that ridiculous athletic ability and putting it together. I'm gonna think that optimistically about my selections. Hope you guys do the same with your picks, regardless if you like it or not. There's always a sense of optimism, and try to view these picks in the light of the most optimism. Because why not? Be excited. It's time to be excited. You've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Nice. Chiefs pick is in. Good. My voice is about to get shot. Oh, they're doing some fucking Super Bowl thing. Look at this guy, man. This guy eats people. This guy looks like a guy that eats people. Okay? Big fan of his daughter, but this guy fucking eats people. Nolan Smith is absolutely going to be a 2023 Pinks. He's going to be a Pink Slips all-star next season. Oh, shit. All right. And with the final pick of the first round, the Kansas City Chiefs go Felix Enudike Ozuma, the edge rusher from Kansas State, productive edge rusher, Kansas State back-to-back seasons. Not in my top 50. Just outside. He was a top 10 edge rusher for me. I think he was my number 9 or number 8 edge rusher in this year's draft class. Maybe trust and Spags, I guess, with this selection. Maybe a little bit of a surprise pick. In terms of edges that I had ahead of him, Isaiah Foskey and BJ Ojulari. for sure. Like I definitely think I would have went BJ Ojolari for going edge, but I mean different styles. You know, he's a good power rusher. Him and Karlaftis long term. Like, right, didn't they get rid of Frank Clark? So like, I mean, there you go. There's retooling. There's rebuilding the depth on that pass rush there for Spags. So I mean, not a bad pick. He was always a guy that was kind of flirted around as like a potential first round pick, likely a second round pick. So maybe a little bit of a reach. But I mean, not a bad pick whatsoever for the Kansas City Chiefs. I'd give this a B. And wow, falling into round 2, Brian Branch still on the board. Osiris Torrance still on the board. Darnell Washington, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr. Very, very surprising. That's probably the guys that are like very surprised that they're still out and available. Maybe you get some teams that, and you probably almost everyone watching this video is going to hope that their team can trade up a spot and get back up early in the, early in the second round to try to get that. I mean, if you're Pittsburgh sitting there, Brian Branch is interesting, right? You moved on from Terrell Edmonds, boom, Brian Branch. There you go. There's your replacement. Get a little bit of like, honestly, he'd probably be like Mike Hilton for that defense, and they're missing it. Mike Hilton was awesome for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But either way, fellas, that is going to wrap up the day 1, night 1 draft reactions. Undecided if I'm going to stream tomorrow night. I'm leaning towards probably not. Maybe I'll obviously record some individual reactions for the Eagles and stuff like that, but I might stream. And if I do stream, I will be posting that on my Twitter. Give it a follow at PapaXC4. If you want to see more in-depth to the Eagles content, subscribe to my second channel, More C4. That is where I'm going to be kind of breaking down a little bit more into these Eagles-specific picks and gloating that we got Nolan Smith and Jalen freaking Carter in the first round here. But I hope everyone else is happy and you're satisfied with your first rounds. And I'll see you guys back here in the next one. Thank you very much for watching. Subscribe if it's your first time stopping by. Hit that like button if you enjoyed. Until next time, it's your boy C4. Saying peace out. Have a good one. Love ya. All right, fellas. That will do it for the stream. You guys obviously can continue to talk in the comment section. I'll funnel through it. I'm done. I don't know how these guys stream all the time. It's hard work. It's not hard work, but in the aspect of content creation, stream is it's the other there. But I had an absolute blast, man. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I very much appreciate it. Again, I don't stream a lot. This was kind of unannounced to a certain extent. So the fact that there's so many people streaming this and you decided to chill and hang out with me, I very much appreciate everyone that donated with the super chat. Thank you very much. Didn't need to, but I will appreciate it. Thank you guys very much for that. And I will see you guys back here on the next one. Maybe tomorrow night if I'm up to it. If not, just see you on the next one. We got some very exciting rebuilds. Got to get ready. Got to probably record a couple tomorrow, ideally.